This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents The Dark Forest by Cixin Liu, translated by Joel Martinson, read for you by P.J. Oakland. Prologue. The brown ant had already forgotten its home. To the twilight earth and the stars that were just coming out, the span of time may have been negligible, but for the ant, it was eons. In days now forgotten, its world had been overturned. Soil had taken flight, leaving a broad and deep chasm, and then soil had come crashing down to fill it back in. At one end of the disturbed earth stood a lone black formation. Such things happened frequently throughout this vast domain, the soil flying away and returning, chasms opening up and being filled, and rock formations appearing like visible markers of each catastrophic change. Under the setting sun, the ant and hundreds of its brethren had carried off the surviving queen to establish a new empire. Its return visit was only a chance passing while searching for food. The ant arrived at the foot of the formation, sensing its indomitable presence with its feelers. Noting that the surface was hard and slippery, yet still climbable, up it went, with no purpose in mind but the random turbulence of its simple neural network. Turbulence was everywhere, within every blade of grass, every drop of dew on a leaf, every cloud in the sky, and every star beyond. The turbulence was purposeless, but in huge quantities of purposeless turbulence, purpose took shape. The ant sensed vibrations in the ground, and knew from how they intensified that another giant presence was approaching from somewhere on the ground. Paying it no mind, the ant continued its climb up the formation. At the right angle where the foot of the formation met the ground, there was a spider web. This the ant knew. It carefully detoured around the sticky hanging strands, passing by the spider lying in wait, its legs extended to feel for vibrations in the threads. Each knew of the other's presence, but, as it had been for eons, there was no communication. The vibrations crescendoed and then stopped. The giant being had reached the formation. It was far taller than the ant and blotted out most of the sky. The ant was not unfamiliar with beings of this sort. It knew that they were alive, that they frequently appeared in this region, and that their appearances were closely related to the swiftly disappearing chasms and multiplying formations. The ant continued its climb, knowing that the beings were not a threat, with a few exceptions. Down below, the spider encountered one such exception when the being, which had evidently noticed its web reaching between the formation and the ground, whisked away the spider and web with the stems of a bundle of flowers it held in one limb, causing them to land broken in a pile of weeds. Then the being gently placed the flowers in front of the formation. Then another vibration, weak but intensifying, told the ant that a second living being of the same sort was moving toward the formation. At the same time, the ant encountered a long trough, a depression in the surface of the formation, with a rougher texture and different color, off-white. It followed the trough, for its roughness made for a far easier climb. At each end was a short, thinner trough, a horizontal base from which the main trough rose, and an upper trough that extended at an angle. By the time the ant climbed back out onto the slick black surface, it had gained an overall impression of the shape of the troughs. 1. Then the height of the being in front of the formation was cut in half, so it was roughly even with the formation. Evidently it had dropped to its knees, revealing a patch of dim blue sky where the stars had begun to come out behind it. The being's eyes gazed at the top of the formation, causing the ant to hesitate momentarily while deciding whether it ought to intrude into his line of sight. Instead, it changed direction and started crawling parallel with the ground, quickly reaching another trough and lingering in its rough depression as it savored the pleasant sensation of the crawl. The color was reminiscent of the eggs that surrounded its queen. With no hesitation, the ant followed the trough downward, and after a while, the layout became more complicated. A curve extended beneath a complete circle. It reminded the ant of the process of searching out scent information and eventually stumbling across the way home. A pattern was established in its neural network. 9. Then the being kneeling before the formation made a sound, a series of sounds that far exceeded the ant's capacity to comprehend. It's a wonder to be alive. If you don't understand that, how can you search for anything deeper? The being made a sound like a gust of wind blowing across the grass, a sigh, and then stood up. The ant continued to crawl parallel to the ground and entered a third trough, one that was nearly vertical until it turned like this. 7. The ant didn't like this shape. A sharp, sudden turn usually meant danger or battle. The first being's voice had obscured the vibrations, so it was only now that the ant realized that the second being had reached the formation. Shorter and frailer, the second being had white hair that stood out against the dark blue background of the sky, bobbing silver in the wind, connected somehow to the increasing number of stars. The first being stood up to welcome her. Dr. Ye, is it? You're Xiao Luo. Luoji. I went to high school with Yang Dong. Why are you here? It's a nice place, and easy to get to by bus. Lately, I've been coming here to take walks fairly often. My condolences, Dr. Ye. That's all in the past. Down on the formation, the ant wanted to turn toward the sky, but then discovered another trough ahead of it, identical to the 9-shaped trough it had crawled through before the 7. So it continued horizontally through the 9, which it found better than both the 7 and the 1, although it could not say exactly why. Its aesthetic sense was primitive and single-celled. The indistinct pleasure it had felt upon crawling through the 9 intensified. A primitive, single-celled state of happiness. These two spiritual monocells, aesthetics and pleasure, had never evolved. They had been the same a billion years ago, and would be the same a billion years hence. Xiao Luo, Dong Dong often spoke of you. She said you're in astronomy. I used to be. I teach college sociology now. At your school, actually, although you had already retired when I got there. Sociology? That's a pretty big leap. Yeah. Yang Dong always said my mind wasn't focused. She wasn't kidding when she said you're smart. Just clever. Nothing like your daughter's level. I just felt astronomy was an undrillable chunk of iron. Sociology is a plank of wood, and there's bound to be some place thin enough to punch through. It's easier to get by. In the hope of reaching another 9, the ant continued its horizontal advance, but the next thing it encountered was a perfectly straight horizontal like the first trough, except longer than the 1 and turned on its side, and no smaller troughs at the ends. A dash shape, You shouldn't put it like that. It's a normal person's life. Not everyone can be Dong Dong. I really don't have that kind of ambition. I drift. I've got a suggestion. Why don't you study cosmic sociology? Cosmic sociology? A name chosen at random. Suppose a vast number of civilizations are distributed throughout the universe, on the order of the number of detectable stars. Lots and lots of them. Those civilizations make up the body of a cosmic society. Cosmic sociology is the study of the nature of this super society. The ant had not crawled very much farther along the formation. It had hoped, after crawling out of the dash depression, to find a pleasurable 9, but instead it encountered a 2, with a comfortable initial curve, but a sharp turn at the end that was as fearsome as that of the 7. The premonition of an uncertain future. The ant continued onward to the next trough, a closed shape. 0. The path seemed like part of a 9, but it was a trap. Life needed smoothness, but it also needed direction. One could not always be returning to the point of origin. This the ant understood. Although there were still 2 more troughs up ahead, it had lost interest. It turned vertically again. But ours is the only civilization we know of right now, which is why no one's done it before. The opportunity is left to you. Fascinating, Dr. Ye. Please go on. My thinking is that this can link your 2 disciplines together. The mathematical structure of cosmic sociology is far clearer than that of human sociology. Why do you say that? Ye Wenjie pointed at the sky. Twilight still illuminated the west, and they could still count the stars that had come out, making it easy to remember how the firmament had looked a few moments ago. A vast expanse and a blue void, or a face without pupils, like a marble statue. Now, though, the stars were few in number. The giant eyes had pupils. The void was filled. The universe had sight. The stars were tiny, just single twinkling points of silver that hinted at some unease on the part of its creator. The cosmic sculptor had felt compelled to dot pupils onto the universe, yet had a tremendous terror of granting it sight. This balance of fear and desire resulted in the tininess of the stars against the hugeness of space, a declaration of caution above all. See how the stars are points. The factors of chaos and randomness in the complex makeups of every civilized society in the universe get filtered out by the distance, so those civilizations can act as reference points that are relatively easy to manipulate mathematically. But there's nothing concrete to study in your cosmic sociology, Dr. Ye. Surveys and experiments aren't really possible. That means your ultimate result will be purely theoretical. Like Euclidean geometry, you'll set up a few simple axioms at first, then derive an overall theoretic system using those axioms as a foundation. It's all fascinating, but what would the axioms of cosmic sociology be? First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total matter in the universe remains constant. The ant had not gone far before it realized that there were other troughs above it, many of them, in a complicated maze structure. The ant was sensitive to shapes and was confident of being able to work it out, But the limited storage capacity of its tiny neural network meant it had to forget the shapes it had previously crawled through. It did not feel any regret at forgetting the 9, for constant forgetting was part of life. There were few things that it needed to remember forever, and those were etched by its genes into the storage area known as instinct. Having cleared its memory, the ant entered the maze. After navigating its twists and turns, it established another pattern in its simple consciousness. The Chinese character mu, meaning grave, although the character and its meaning were not known to the ant. Farther up was another combination of troughs, far simpler this time, but to continue its exploration, the ant had no choice but to clear its memory and forget the mu. Then it entered a wonderful line trough, a shape that reminded it of the abdomen of a recently deceased cricket it had discovered not long ago. It quickly made out the new structure. Zhi, the Chinese possessive modifier. Then, as it continued upward, it encountered 2 more trough combinations, the first of which consisted of 2 droplet-shaped depressions and a cricket stomach. The character dong, meaning winter. The top one was split into 2 parts, which together formed the character yang, meaning poplar. This was the last shape the ant remembered, and the only one it retained from its entire journey. The interesting shapes it previously encountered had all been forgotten. Those 2 axioms are solid enough from a sociological perspective, but you rattled them off so quickly, like you'd already worked them out, Luoji said, a little surprised. I've been thinking about this for most of my life, but I've never spoken about it with anyone before. I don't know why, really. One more thing. To derive a basic picture of cosmic sociology from these 2 axioms, you need 2 other important concepts: chains of suspicion and the technological explosion. Interesting terms. Can you explain them? Ye Wenjie glanced at her watch. There's no time, but you're clever enough to figure them out. Use those 2 axioms as a starting point for your discipline, and you might end up becoming the Euclid of cosmic sociology. I'm no Euclid, but I'll remember what you said and give it a whirl. I might come to you for guidance, though. I'm afraid there won't be that opportunity. In that case, you might as well just forget I said anything. Either way, I've fulfilled my duty. Well, Xiao Luo, I've got to go. Take care, Professor. Ye Wenjie went off through the twilight for her final meetup. The ant continued its climb and reached a round basin on the rock face, whose slick surface bore an extremely complicated image. It knew that its tiny neural net had no way to store such a thing, but after determining the overall shape of the image, its primitive one-cell aesthetic was as sparked as it had been by the sense of the 9. And somehow, it seemed to recognize part of the image, a pair of eyes. The ant was sensitive to eyes, because their gaze meant danger. Yet it felt no anxiety now, for it knew the eyes were lifeless. It had already forgotten that when the giant being named Luoji knelt down in silence before the formation, he had been looking at those eyes. The ant climbed out of the basin and up onto the formation's peak. It felt no sense of towering above its surroundings, because it had no fear of falling. It had been blown off of places higher than this many times without any injury. Without the fear of heights, there can be no appreciation for the beauty of high places. At the foot of the formation, the spider that Luoji had swept aside with the flowers was beginning to reconstruct its web. It drew a glistening strand from the rock face and swung itself like a pendulum to the ground. 3 more swings, and the skeleton of the web was complete. 10,000 times the web could be destroyed, and 10,000 times the spider would rebuild it. There was neither annoyance nor despair, nor any delight, just as it had been for 1 billion years. Luoji stood in silence for a while, and then departed. When the vibrations in the ground had dissipated, the ant crawled a different way down the formation to hurry back to the nest and report on the location of a dead beetle. The stars had grown dense in the sky. When the ant passed the spider down at the foot of the formation, they felt each other's presence, but did not communicate. As that distant world held its breath to listen, neither ant nor spider was aware that they, out of all life on earth, were the sole witnesses to the birth of the axioms of cosmic civilization. Somewhat earlier, in the dead of night, Mike Evans was standing on the bow of Judgment Day as the Pacific Ocean slipped past like a swath of satin beneath the heavens. Evans enjoyed talking with the distant world at times like these, because the text the Sophon displayed on his retinas stood out wonderfully against the night sea and sky. This is our 22nd real-time conversation. We have come across some difficulties in our communication. Yes, Lord. I've learned that you can't actually understand a significant amount of the reference materials on humanity we've given you. You've explained the parts very clearly, but we are unable to understand the whole. Something is different. Just one thing. Yes, but it sometimes seems as if your world is missing something, other times that it has something extra, and we don't know which. What is the area of confusion? We've carefully studied your documents and have discovered that the key to understanding the problem lies in a pair of synonyms. Synonyms? There are many synonyms and near synonyms in your languages. In the first language we received from you, Chinese, there were words that expressed the same meaning, like cold and chill, heavy and weighty, long and far. What pair of synonyms created the obstacle to understanding you've just mentioned? Think and say. We've just learned, to our surprise, that they are not, in fact, synonyms. They are not synonyms at all. In our understanding, they ought to be. Think means using thought organs to conduct mental activity. Say means communicating the content of thoughts to a counterpart. The latter, in your world, is accomplished through the modulation of vibrations in the air produced by the vocal cords. Are these definitions correct? They are. But doesn't this demonstrate that think and say aren't synonyms? In our understanding, this shows that they are synonyms. May I think about this for a moment? Very well. We both need to think about it. For 2 minutes, Evans gazed in thought at the waves undulating beneath the starlight. My lord, what are your organs of communication? We do not have organs of communication. Our brains can display our thoughts to the outside world, thereby achieving communication. Display thoughts? How is that done? The thoughts in our brains emit electromagnetic waves on all frequencies, including what is visible light to us. They can be displayed at a significant distance. So that means to you, thinking is speaking. Hence, they are synonyms. Oh, that is not the case for us, but even so, that shouldn't present an obstacle to understanding those documents. True. In the areas of thought and communication, the differences between us are not large. We both have brains, and our brains produce intelligence through huge numbers of neural connections. The only difference is that our brainwaves are stronger and can be directly received by our counterparts, eliminating the need for communication organs. That's the only difference. No. I suspect a major difference might be getting lost. My lord, let me think about it again. Very well. Evans left the bow and strolled along the deck. Over the gunwale, the Pacific rose and fell silently in the night. He imagined it as a thinking brain. My lord, let me tell you a story. To prepare for it, you need to understand the following elements: wolf, child, grandmother, and a house in the forest. These elements are all easy to understand, except for grandmother. I know that this is a blood relation among humans, and usually means a woman of advanced age, but her actual kinship status requires more explanation. Lord, that is not important. All you need to know is that she and the children have a close relationship. She is one of the only people the children trust. Understood. I'll make it simple. Grandmother had to go out, so she left the children in the house, telling them they must make sure the door is shut and not to open it to anyone but her. On the road, grandmother met a wolf, which ate her, and then put on her clothing and assumed her appearance. Then it went to the house and came up to the door, and said to the children, "I'm your grandmother. I've come back. Open the door for me." The children looked through the crack in the door and saw what looked like their grandmother, and so they opened the door, and the wolf came in the house and ate them. Do you understand this story, my lord? Not the slightest bit. Then maybe I've guessed right. First of all, the wolf wanted all along to enter the house and eat the children. Correct? Correct. It engaged in communication with the children. Correct? Correct. This is what's incomprehensible. In order to achieve its own aims, it shouldn't have communicated with the children. Why? Isn't it obvious? If there was communication between them, the children would have known that the wolf wanted to come in and eat them, and they wouldn't have opened the door. Evans stayed silent for a while. I understand, my lord. I understand. What do you understand? Isn't what I said obvious? Your thoughts are completely exposed to the outside world. You can't hide. How can thoughts hide? Your ideas are confusing. I mean, your thoughts and memories are transparent to the outside world, like a book placed out in public, or a film projected in a plaza, or a fish in a clear fishbowl. Totally exposed. Readable at a glance. Maybe some of the elements I just mentioned are... I understand them all. But isn't all that perfectly natural? Evans was silent again. So that's it. My lord, when you communicate face to face, everything you communicate is true. It's impossible for you to cheat or lie, so you can't pursue complicated strategic thinking. We can communicate over significant distances, not just face to face. The words cheating and lying are another two that we have had a hard time understanding. What sort of a society is it when thought is completely transparent? What sort of culture does it produce? What sort of politics? No scheming. No pretending. What are scheming and pretending? Evans said nothing. Human communication organs are but an evolutionary deficiency, a necessary compensation for the fact that your brains can't emit strong thought waves. This is one of your biological weaknesses. Direct display of thought is a superior, more efficient form of communication. A deficiency? A weakness? No, my lord, you are wrong. This time, you are totally wrong. Is that so? Let me think about it. It's a shame you can't see my thoughts. This time the interruption was longer. When 20 minutes had passed and no more text had appeared, Evans strolled from bow to stern, watching a school of fish leaping out of the ocean, tracing an arc on the surface that glittered silver under the starlight. Several years ago, he had spent some time on a fishing boat in the South China Sea, investigating the effect of overfishing on coastal life. The fishermen called this phenomenon the passing of dragon soldiers. To Evans, they looked like text projected on the eye of the ocean. Then text appeared before his own eyes. You are correct. Looking back at those documents, I understand them a little better. My lord, there's a long road to travel before you arrive at a true understanding of human matters. I'm almost afraid that you'll never be able to. Indeed, they are complicated. All I know now is why I didn't understand them before. You are right. My lord, you need us. I am afraid of you. The conversation stopped. This was the last time that Evans received a message from Tri-Solaris. He stood at the stern watching the snow-white body of Judgment Day stretch off into the hazy night, like time slipping away. Part 1. The Wall Facers. Year 3. Crisis Era. Distance of the Tri-Solaran fleet from the solar system, 4.21 light-years. It looks so old. This was Wu Yue's first thought as he faced Tong, the massive ship under construction in front of him, bathed in the flickering of electric arcs. Of course, this impression was simply the result of countless inconsequential smudges on the manganese steel plates of the ship's nearly completed body, left behind by the advanced gas shield welding used on the hull. He tried unsuccessfully to imagine how sturdy and new Tong would look with a fresh coat of gray paint. Tong's 4th offshore fleet training session had just concluded. During that 2-month session, Tong's commanders, Wu Yue and Zhang Beihai, who was standing just beside Wu Yue, had occupied an uncomfortable role. Formations of destroyers, submarines, and supply ships were directed by battle group commanders, but Tong was still under construction in the dock, so the carrier's position was either occupied by the training ship Zheng He or simply left empty. During the sessions, Wu Yue often stared vacantly at an empty patch of sea where the surface of the water, disturbed by crisscrossing trails left by passing ships, undulated uneasily, much like his mood. Would the empty spot ever be filled? He asked himself more than once. Looking now at the unfinished Tong, what he saw was not just age, but the passage of time itself. It seemed like an ancient, giant, discarded fortress, its mottled body a stone wall, the shower of welding sparks falling from the scaffolding like plants covering the stones, like it was less construction than archaeology. Afraid of pursuing these thoughts, Wu Yue turned his attention to Zhang Beihai next to him. "Is your father any better?" he asked. Zhang Beihai gently shook his head. "No, He's just holding on. Ask for leave. I did, when he first went to the hospital. Given the situation, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Then they were silent. Every social interaction between the two of them was like this. Where work was concerned, they had more to say, of course, but something always lay between them. Beihai, work isn't going to be like it was. Since we're sharing this position now, I think we ought to communicate more. We've communicated just fine in the past. Our superiors put us together on Tong, no doubt thanks to our successful cooperation aboard Chang'an. Jiang Beihai laughed as he said this, but it was the sort of laugh that Wu Yue couldn't read. Jiang Beihai's eyes could easily read deep into the heart of everyone aboard the ship, be they captain or sailor. Wu Yue was entirely transparent to him, but Wu Yue could not read what was inside Jiang. He was certain that the man's smile came from within him, but had no hope of understanding him. Successful cooperation does not equate to successful understanding. There was no question that Jiang Beihai was the most capable political commissar on the ship, and he was forthright in his work, exploring every last issue with complete precision. But his internal world was a bottomless gray to Wu Yue, who always felt like Jiang Beihai was saying, "Just do it this way. This way's best, or most correct, but it's not what I really want." It began as an indistinct feeling that grew increasingly obvious. Of course, whatever Jiang Beihai did was always the best or most correct, but Wu Yue had no idea what he actually wanted. Wu Yue adhered to one article of faith. Command of a warship was a dangerous position, so the two commanders must understand each other's minds. This presented Wu Yue with a knotty problem. At first, he thought that Jiang Beihai was somehow on guard, which offended Wu. In the tough post of captain of a destroyer, was anyone more forthright and guileless than he was? What do I have worth guarding against? When Jiang Beihai's father had briefly been their superior officer, Wu Yue had spoken with him about his difficulties talking to his commissar. Isn't it enough for the work to be done well? Why do you need to know how he thinks? The general had said, gently, then added, perhaps involuntarily, Actually, I don't know either. Let's get a closer look, Jiang Beihai said, pointing to Tong through the sparks. Then both their phones chirped at the same time, a text message recalling them back to their car. This usually meant an emergency, since secured communications equipment was only available in the vehicle. Wu Yue opened the car door and picked up the receiver. It was a call from an advisor at Battle Group HQ. Captain Wu, Fleet Command have issued you and Commissar Jiang emergency orders. The two of you are to report to General Staff immediately. General Staff? What about the 5th Fleet training exercise? Half the battle group is at sea, and the rest of the ships will join them tomorrow. I'm not aware of that. The order is simple, just that one command. You can look at the specifics when you get back. The captain and commissar of the still unlaunched Tong glanced at each other, then had one of the rare moments throughout the years where their thoughts aligned. Looks like that patch of water will remain empty. Fort Greely, Alaska. Several fallow deer ambling along the snowy plain grew alert, sensing vibrations in the earth beneath the snow. Ahead of them, a white hemisphere opened. It had been placed there long ago, a giant egg half buried beneath the ground, but the deer always felt it didn't belong to this frozen world. The egg split open and issued forth thick smoke and flames. Then, with a roar, it hatched a cylinder that accelerated upward, spurting flames from its bottom. The surrounding snowdrifts were thrown by the fire into the air, where they fell again as rain. When the cylinder gained enough height, the explosions that had terrified the deer were again replaced by peace. The cylinder vanished into the sky, trailing a long white tail behind it, as if the snowscape was a giant ball of yarn from which a giant invisible hand had pulled a strand skyward. "Damn it! Just a few more seconds and I'd have confirmed a launch interrupt," said Target Screening Officer Rader as he tossed aside his mouse. Rader was thousands of kilometers away in the Nuclear Missile Defense Control Room at the NORAD Command Center, 300 meters beneath Cheyenne Mountain near Colorado Springs. "I figured it was nothing as soon as the system warning came up," Orbital Monitor Jones said, shaking his head. "Then what's the system attacking?" asked General Fitzroy. Nuclear missile defense was just one of the duties of his new position, and he wasn't entirely familiar with it yet. Looking at the monitor-covered wall, the general attempted to locate the intuitive graphical displays they'd had at the NASA Control Center. A red line snaking across the world map, forming a sine wave atop the map's planar transformation. Novices found this inexplicable, but at least it let you know that something was shooting into space. But there was nothing so simple here. The lines on the screens were a complicated, abstract jumble that was meaningless to him. Not to mention all the screens with swiftly scrolling numbers that had meaning only to the NMD duty officers. "General, do you remember when they replaced the reflective film on the ISS multi-purpose module last year? They lost the old film. That's what this was. It balls up and then unfurls in the solar wind." "But it ought to be included in the target screening database." "It is. Here." Rader brought up a page with his mouse. Below piles of complicated text, data, and forms, there was an inconspicuous photograph, probably taken with an Earth telescope, of an irregular white patch against a black background. The strong reflection made it difficult to make out details. "Major, since you've got this, why didn't you terminate the launch program?" "The system ought to have searched the target database automatically. Human reaction times aren't quick enough, but data from the old system hasn't been reformatted for the new one, so it wasn't linked in with the recognition module," Rader said. His tone was a little aggrieved, as if to say, "I've demonstrated my proficiency by managing to pull this up so quickly in a manual search when the NMD supercomputer couldn't, but I still have to put up with your clueless questions." "General, the order came to switch over to actual operational state after the NMD moved its intercept headings into space, but before software recalibration was completed," a duty officer said. Fitzroy said nothing. The chatter of the control room annoyed him. Here in front of him was humanity's first planetary defense system, but it was nothing more than an existing NMD system whose intercepts had been redirected from various terrestrial continents and into space. "I say we should take a photo for a memento," Jones said. "This has got to be Earth's first strike at a common enemy." "Cameras are prohibited," Rader said coldly. "Captain, what are you talking about?" Fitzroy said, angry all of a sudden. "The system didn't detect an enemy target at all. It's not a first strike." After an uncomfortable silence, someone said, "The interceptors carry nuclear warheads." "Yeah, 1.5 megatons. So what?" "It's nearly dark outside. Given the target location, we ought to be able to see the flash." "You can see it on the monitor." "It's more fun from outside," Rader said. Jones stood up nervously. "General, my shift's over." "Mine too, General," Rader said. This was just a courtesy. Fitzroy was a high-level coordinator with the Planetary Defense Council and had no command over NORAD and the NMDs. Fitzroy waved his hand. "I'm not your commanding officer. Do as you please. But let me remind all of you that in the future, we may be spending a lot of time working together. Rader and Jones headed topside at a run. After passing through the multi-ton anti-radiation door, they were out on the peak of Cheyenne Mountain. It was dusk and the sky was clear, but they didn't see the flash of a nuclear blast in outer space. "It should be right there," Jones said, gesturing skyward. "Maybe we've missed it," Rader said. He didn't look upward. Then, with an ironic smile, he said, "Do they really believe the Sophon will unfold in lower dimensions again?" "Unlikely. It's intelligent. It won't give us another chance," Jones said. "NMD's eyes are pointed upward. Is there really nothing to defend against on Earth? Even if the terrorist countries have all turned into saints, there's still the ETO, right?" He snorted. "And the PDC. Those military guys clearly want to chalk up a quick accomplishment. Fitzroy's one of them. Now they can declare that the first stage of the planetary defense system is complete, even though they've done practically nothing to the hardware. The system's sole purpose is to stop her from unfolding in lower dimensions near to Earth's orbit. The technology's even simpler than what's needed for intercepting guided missiles, because if the target really does appear, it'll cover an immense area. Captain, that's why I've asked you up here. Why were you acting like a child? What with that first strike photograph business? You've upset the general, you know. Can't you see he's a petty man?" "But wasn't that a compliment?" "He's one of the best hype artists in the military. He's not going to announce at the press conference that this was a system error. Like the rest of them, he'll say it was a successful maneuver. Wait and see. That's how it's going to be." As he was speaking, Rader sat down and leaned back on the ground, looking up with a face full of yearning at the sky, where the stars had already emerged. "You know, Jones, if the Sophon really does unfold again, she'll give us a chance to destroy her. Wouldn't that be something?" "What's the use? The fact is that they're streaming toward the solar system right now. Who knows how many of them?" "Hey, why did you say she rather than it or he?" The expression on Rader's upturned face turned dreamy. "Yesterday, a Chinese colonel who just arrived at the center told me that in his language, she has the name of a Japanese woman, Tomoko." The day before, Zhang Yuanchao filed his retirement papers and left the chemical plant where he had worked for more than 4 decades. In the words of his neighbor, Lao Yang, today was the start of his second childhood. Lao Yang told him that 60, like 16, was the best time in life, an age where the burdens of one's 40s and 50s had been laid down, but the slowdown and illness of the 70s and 80s had not yet arrived. An age to enjoy life. Zhang Yuanchao's son and daughter-in-law had steady jobs, and although his son had married late, he would be holding a grandson before long. He and his wife wouldn't have been able to afford their current house, except that they had been bought out when their old place had been demolished. They had been living in the new place for a year now. When Zhang Yuanchao thought about it, everything was completely satisfactory. He had to admit that as far as affairs of state were concerned, Lao Yang was right. Still, as he looked out from his 8th-story window at the clear sky over the city, he felt like there was no sunlight in his heart, much less a second childhood. Lao Yang, first name Jinwen, was a retired middle school teacher who frequently advised Zhang Yuanchao that if he wanted to enjoy his waning years, he ought to be learning new things. For example, the internet. Even babies can learn it, so why don't you? He even pointed out that Zhang Yuanchao's biggest failing was that he had absolutely no interest in the outside world. Your old lady can at least brush aside her tears while sitting in front of the TV watching those trashy soaps. But you don't even watch TV. You should pay attention to national and world affairs. That's part of a full life. Zhang Yuanchao may have been an old Beijinger, but he didn't seem like one. A taxi driver could hold forth with cogent analyses of domestic and world situations. But even if Zhang Yuanchao knew the current president's name, he certainly didn't know the premier's. This was actually a point of pride for him. He lived the steady-going life of a commoner, he said, and couldn't be bothered to care about such irrelevant things. They had nothing to do with him, and ignoring them rid him of a significant number of headaches in life. Yang Jinwen paid attention to affairs of state and made a point of watching the evening news every day, arguing with online commenters till he was red in the face over national economic policy and the tide of international nuclear proliferation. But what had it gotten him? The government hadn't increased his pension by even a cent. He said, "You're being ridiculous. You think it's irrelevant? That it's got nothing to do with you? Listen, Lao Zhang. Every major national and international issue, every major national policy, and every UN resolution is connected to your life, through both direct and indirect channels. You think the U.S. invasion of Venezuela is none of your concern? I say it's got more than a penny's worth of lasting implications for your pension." At the time, Zhang had merely laughed at Lao Yang's wonkish outburst, but now he knew that his neighbor was right. Zhang Yuanchao rang Yang Jinwen's doorbell, and Yang answered, looking like he had just gotten back home. He seemed particularly relaxed. Zhang Yuanchao looked at him like a man in the desert who has encountered a fellow traveler and won't let him go. "I was just looking for you. Where did you go off to?" "I took a trip to the market. I saw your old lady shopping for food." "Why is our building so empty? It's like a mausoleum." "It's not a holiday today, that's all." He laughed. "Your first day of retirement. That feeling is totally normal. At least you weren't a leader. They've got it worse when they retire. You'll soon get used to it. Come on, let's check out the neighborhood activity center and see what we can do for fun." No, it's not because I've retired. It's because, how should I put it? Because of the country, or rather, the world situation." Yang Jinwen pointed at him and laughed. "The world situation? I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth." "That's right. I didn't used to care about the big issues, but they've gotten too huge. I never thought anything could get so big." "Lao Zhang, it's actually really funny, but I've started to come around to your way of thinking. I don't care about those irrelevant issues anymore. Believe it or not, I haven't watched the news in 2 weeks. I used to care about the big issues because people matter. We could have an effect on the outcome of current events, but no one has the power to overcome this. What's the point of troubling yourself about it?" "But you can't simply not care. Humanity will be gone in 400 years. Huh! You and I will be gone in 40-odd years. What about our descendants? They'll be wiped out." "That doesn't concern me as much as it does you. My son in America is married but doesn't want children, so I don't really care. But the Zhang family will last another dozen generations, right? Isn't that enough?" Zhang Yuanchao stared at Yang Jinwen for a few seconds, then looked at his watch. He turned on the television, where the news channel was airing the day's major stories. The AP reports that at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 29th, the U.S. National Missile Defense System successfully completed the test destruction of a lower-dimensional unfolded SOFON in near-Earth orbit. This is the third test of an NMD intercept since targets were shifted to outer space. The latest target was the reflective film discarded from the International Space Station last October. A Planetary Defense Council spokesman said that the warhead-equipped interceptor successfully destroyed the 3,000-square-meter target. This means that well before the Sophon's three-dimensional unfolding reaches sufficient area, and before it presents a reflective surface that is a threat to human targets on the ground, the NMD system will be able to destroy it.
What pointlessness! A Sophon's not going to unfold,
Yang said as he reached for the remote in Zhang's hand.
Change the station. There might be a repeat of the European Cup semi-finals. I fell asleep on the sofa last night.
Watch it at home. Zhang Yuanchao gripped the remote and didn't let him have it. The news continued. The physician at 301 Military Hospital in charge of the treatment of academician Jia Weilin confirmed that Jia's death was due to a hematological malignancy, also known as leukemia, the proximate cause of death being organ failure and loss of blood in the advanced stage of the disease. No abnormalities were present. Jia Weilin, a noted expert in superconductivity who made major contributions in the field of room temperature superconductors, died on the 10th. Stories claiming that Jia died in a Sophon strike are pure rumor. In a separate report, a spokesman for the Ministry of Health confirmed that several other deaths, supposedly due to Sophon strikes, were in fact due to ordinary illnesses or accidents. The station spoke with noted physicist Ding Yi about the matter. Reporter: What's your take on the emerging panic over the Sophons? Ding Yi:
It's due to a lack of common knowledge about physics. Representatives of the government and the scientific community have explained this on numerous occasions. A Sophon is just a microscopic particle, which, despite possessing a high intelligence, has the potential for only a limited effect on the macroscopic world due to its microscopic scale. The primary threats they pose to humanity lie in their erroneous and random interference to high-energy physics experiments, and in the quantum entanglement network that monitors Earth. In its microscopic state, a Sophon cannot kill, and it cannot engage in any other offensive attack. If a Sophon wants to produce a larger effect on the macroscopic world, it can only do so in a lower-dimensional unfolded state. And even in that situation, its effects are highly limited, because a Sophon unfolded in lower dimensions on a macroscopic scale is very weak. Now that humanity has established a defense system, Sophons cannot do this without providing us with an excellent opportunity to destroy them. I believe that the mainstream media ought to do a better job of disseminating this scientific information to the public to rid it of a panic that has no basis in science. Zhang Yuanchao heard someone enter the living room without knocking, calling Lao Zhang and Master Zhang. He knew who it was from the footsteps he'd heard hammering up the staircase just before. Miao Fuchuan, another neighbor on their floor, came in. A Shanxi coal boss who ran a fair number of mines in that province, Miao Fuchuan was a few years younger than Zhang Yuanchao. He owned a larger home in another part of Beijing and used this apartment as a place to keep a mistress from Sichuan who was about the same age as his daughter. When he had first moved in, the Zhang and Yang families had basically ignored him, save for an argument over the stuff he left strewn about the hallway. But they eventually discovered that although he was a little vulgar, he was a decent, friendly man. Once building management had smoothed over a dispute or two, harmony was gradually established among the three families. Although Miao Fuchuan said he had turned over his business affairs to his son, he was still a busy man and rarely spent any time at this home, so the three-bedroom place was usually only occupied by the Sichuan woman. Lao Miao, you haven't been around for months. Where have you struck it rich this time? Asked Yang Jinwen. Miao Fuchuan casually picked up a glass, filled it halfway from the water dispenser, and gulped down the water. Then he wiped his mouth and said, No one's getting rich. There's trouble at the mine, and I've got to go clean it up. It's practically wartime. The government really means it this time. The laws on wildcat mining never used to work, but mine aren't going to be running for much longer now. Bad days are here, Yang Jinwen said, without taking his eyes from the game on television. The man had been lying on the bed for several hours. The light shining through the basement window, the room's only source of illumination, was moonlight now, and the cool rays cast bright spots on the floor. In the shadows, everything looked like it was carved from gray stone, as if the entire room was a tomb. No one ever knew the man's true name, but eventually they called him the Second Wall Breaker. The Second Wall Breaker had spent several hours looking back on his life. After confirming that there had been no omissions, he twisted the muscles of his numb body, reached under the pillow, and drew out a gun, which he slowly aimed at his temple. Just then, a sophon text appeared before his eyes. "Don't do that. We need you."
"Lord? Every night for a year I dreamt that you called, but the dreams went away recently. I figured I'd stop dreaming, but that doesn't seem to be the case now."
"This is not a dream. I am in real-time communication with you." The wall breaker gave a chilly laugh.
"Good. It's over then. There definitely aren't any dreams on the other side."
"You require proof."
"Proof that there aren't dreams on that side?"
"Proof that it's really me."
"Fine. Tell me something I don't know."
"Your goldfish are dead."
"Ha! That doesn't matter. I'm about to meet them in a place where there's no darkness."
"You should really take a look. This morning when you were distracted, you flicked away a half-smoked cigarette and it landed in the fishbowl. The nicotine that leached into the water was fatal to your fish." The Second Wall Breaker opened his eyes, put down his gun, and rolled out of bed, his lethargy completely wiped away. He groped for the light and then went over to look at the fishbowl on the small table. 5 dragon-eye goldfish were floating in the water, their white bellies at the surface, and in their midst was a half-smoked cigarette. "I'll perform an additional confirmation. Evans once gave you an encrypted letter, but the encryption has changed. He died before he was able to notify you of the new password, and you've never been able to read the letter. I'll tell you the password. Camel, the brand of cigarette you poisoned your fish with." The Second Wall Breaker scrambled to retrieve his laptop, and as he waited for it to start up, tears streamed down his face.
"Lord! My Lord! Is it really you? Is it really you?"
He choked out through his sobs. After the computer booted up, he opened the email attachment in the Earth Tri-Solaris Organization's proprietary dedicated reader. He entered the password into the pop-up box, and when the text was displayed, he no longer had any mind to read it carefully. Throwing himself to his knees, he cried out,
"Lord! It really is you, my Lord!"
When he had calmed down, he raised his head and said, his eyes still wet,
"We were never notified of the attack on the gathering the commander attended, or of the ambush at the Panama Canal. Why did you cast us aside?"
"We were afraid of you."
"Is it because our thoughts aren't transparent? That doesn't matter, you know. All of the skills that you lack, deceit, trickery, disguise, and misdirection, we use in your service."
"We don't know if that's true. Even supposing it is true, the fear remains. Your Bible mentions an animal called the snake. If a snake crawled up to you and said it would serve you, would your fear and disgust cease?"
"If it told the truth, then I would overcome my disgust and fear and accept it."
"That would be difficult."
"Of course. I know that you've already been bitten once by the snake. Once real-time notification became possible,
and you gave detailed answers to our questions. There was no reason for you to tell us quite a bit of that information, such as how you received the first signal from humanity, and how the sophons are constructed. It was hard for us to understand. We were not communicating via transparent display of thoughts, so why not be more selective in the information you sent?
That option did exist, but it doesn't cover up as much as you imagine it might. In fact, forms of communication do exist in our world that don't require displays of thought, particularly in the age of technology. But transparent thought has become a cultural and social custom. This might be hard for you to understand, just like it's hard for us to understand you.
I can't imagine that deceit and scheming are totally absent in your world.
They exist, but they are far simpler than in yours. For example, in the wars on our world, opposing sides will adopt disguises, but an enemy who becomes suspicious about the disguise and inquires about it directly, they will usually obtain the truth.
That's unbelievable.
You are equally unbelievable to us. You have a book on your bookshelf called A Story of Three Kingdoms.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You won't understand that.
I understand a small part, like how an ordinary person who has a hard time understanding a mathematics monograph can make out some of it through enormous mental effort and by giving full play to the imagination.
Indeed, that book lays out the highest levels of human schemes and strategy.
But our sophons can make everything in the human world transparent.
Except for people's own minds.
Yes, the sophon can't read thoughts.
You must know about the Wallfacer project.
More than you do. It is about to be put into action. This is why we have come to you.
What do you think of the project?
The same feeling you get when you look at the snake.
But the snake in the Bible helped humans gain knowledge. The Wallfacer project will set up one or several mazes that will seem to you to be particularly tricky and treacherous. We can help you find your way out.
This difference in mental transparency gives us all the more resolve to wipe out humanity. Please help us wipe out humanity, and then we will wipe you out.
My lord, the way you express yourself is problematic. Clearly, it's determined by how you communicate through the display of transparent thoughts. But in our world, even if you express your true thoughts, you must do so in an appropriately euphemistic way. For example, although what you just said is in accord with the ideals of ETO, its overly direct formulation might repel some of our members and cause unanticipated consequences. Of course, it may be that you'll never be able to learn to express yourself appropriately.
It is precisely the expression of deformed thoughts that makes the exchange of information in human society, particularly in human literature, so much like a twisted maze. As far as I am aware, ETO is on the brink of collapse.
That's because you abandoned us. Those 2 strikes were fatal, and now the redemptionists have disintegrated, and only the Adventists have maintained an organized existence. You're certainly aware of this, but the most fatal blow was a psychological one. Your abandonment means that the devotion of our members to our Lord is being tested. To maintain that devotion, ETO desperately needs our Lord's support.
We can't give you technology.
That won't be necessary, so long as you go back to transmitting information to us through the sophons.
Naturally. But what ETO must do first is execute the critical order you just read. We issued it to Evans before his death,
and he ordered you to execute it, but you never solved the encryption." The wall-breaker remembered the letter he had just decrypted on his computer and read it over carefully. "Simple enough to carry out, is it not?" "It's not too difficult. But is it truly that important?" "It used to be important. Now, because of humanity's wall-facer project, it is incredibly important." "Why?" The text did not show for a while. Evans knew why, but evidently he didn't tell anyone. He was right. This is fortunate. Now, we don't need to tell you why. The wall-breaker was overjoyed. "My lord, you have learned how to conceal. This is progress." Evans taught us much, but we are still at the very beginning, or, in his words, only at the level of one of your 5-year-old children. The order he gave you contains one of the strategies we can't learn. "Do you mean this stipulation? To avoid attention, you must not reveal that it was done by ETO. This, well, if the target is important, then this requirement is only natural. To us, it is a complicated plan." "Fine. I will take care of it in accordance with Evans's wishes. My lord, we will prove our devotion to you." In one remote corner of the vast sea of information on the Internet, there was a remote corner, and in a remote corner of that remote corner, and then in a remote corner of a remote corner of a remote corner of that remote corner. That is, in the very depths of the most remote corner of all, a virtual world came back to life. Under the strange, chilly dawn was no pyramid, UN building, or pendulum, just a broad and hard expanse of emptiness, like a giant slab of frozen metal. King Wen of Zhou came over the horizon. Wearing tattered robes, he carried a tarnished bronze sword, and his face was as filthy and wrinkled as the pelt he was wrapped in. But there was energy in his eyes, and his pupils reflected the rising sun. "Is anybody here?" he shouted. "Anyone!" King Wen's voice was swallowed up immediately by the wilderness. He shouted for a while, and then sat wearily on the ground and accelerated the passage of time, watching the suns turn into shooting stars, and the shooting stars turn back into suns, and the suns of the stable eras sweep across the sky like clock pendulums, and the days and nights of the chaotic eras turn the world into a vast stage where the lighting was out of control. Time sped by, but nothing changed. It remained the eternal metallic wasteland. The 3 stars danced in the heavens, and King Wen turned into a pillar of ice in the cold. Then a shooting star turned into a sun, and when that fiery giant disk passed overhead, the ice on his body melted, and his body became a pillar of fire. Just before turning entirely to ash, he let out a long sigh and then exited. 30 Army, Navy, and Air Force officers fixed their eyes on the insignia on the deep red screen, a silver star shooting rays in 4 directions. The rays, in the shape of sharp swords, were flanked by the Chinese characters for 8 and 1. It was the insignia of the Chinese Space Force. General Chang Wei-se motioned for everyone to be seated. Then, placing his cap squarely down upon the conference table, he said, "The ceremony formally establishing the Space Force will be held tomorrow morning, at which time you will be issued uniforms and pins. However, comrades, as of this moment, we belong to the same branch of the military." They looked at each other, noting that among the 30 people there were 15 dressed in Navy uniforms, 9 in Air Force uniforms, and 6 in Army uniforms. When they turned their attention back to General Chang, they had a hard time disguising their confusion. With a smile, Chang Wei-se said, "It's an odd ratio, isn't it? You can't use the scale of today's aerospace program to assess space forces of the future. Spaceships, when their day comes, will probably be even bigger and carry a larger crew than today's aircraft carriers. Future space warfare will be based on large tonnage, high-endurance combat platforms, and engagements will resemble naval battles more than air combat, with a battlefield in 3 dimensions instead of 2. So the military's space branch must be based upon the Navy. I know we all assumed that the foundation would be the Air Force, which means our naval comrades might be ill-prepared. You've got to adapt as quickly as possible."
"Sir, we had no idea," Zhang Beihai said. Wu Yue sat ramrod straight and motionless beside him, but Zhang Beihai acutely sensed that something in his level eyes had been extinguished. Chang Wei-se nodded.
"In fact, the Navy's not all that far removed from space. Don't they call them spaceships rather than space planes? That's because space and the ocean have long been linked together in the popular mind."
The mood of the room relaxed somewhat. He continued,
"Comrades, at this moment, the 31 of us are all that makes up this new branch of the military. As for the future space fleet, basic research is being conducted in all scientific disciplines, with a particular focus on the space elevator and on fusion engines for large-scale spaceships. But this isn't the work of the Space Force. Our duty is to establish a theoretical framework for space warfare. It's a daunting task, since we have zero knowledge of this type of warfare. But the future space fleet will be built atop this foundation. In its preliminary stage, then, the Space Force will be more like a military academy. The primary task of those of us seated here is to organize that academy, and then invite a sizable group of scholars and researchers to join up."
Chang stood up and walked over to the insignia, where he addressed the assembled officers with words they would remember for the rest of their lives.
"Comrades, the Space Force has a tough road ahead of it. Initial predictions see basic research taking at least 50 years across all disciplines, with at least another 100 years before practical use of the technology required for large-scale space travel becomes possible. Then, after its initial construction, the space fleet will require another century and a half to achieve its planned scale. That means that full combat capacity will take the Space Force 3 centuries from its establishment. Comrades, I'm sure you all understand what that means. None of us sitting here will make it to space, much less have the chance to see our space fleet, and we may not even see a credible model of a space warship. The first generation of officers and crew won't be born until 2 centuries from now, and 2.5 centuries from that, Earth's fleet will meet the alien invaders. Aboard those ships will be the 15th generation of our grandchildren."
The assembly fell into a prolonged silence. Ahead of them stretched the leaden road of time, terminating somewhere in the mists of the future, where all they could see were flickering flames and luster of blood. The brevity of a human lifespan tormented them as never before, and their hearts soared above the vault of time to join with their descendants and plunge into blood and fire in the icy cold of space, the eventual meeting place for the souls of all soldiers. As usual, when Miao Fuchuan returned,
he asked Zhang Yuanchao and Yang Jinwen to have a drink at his place, where the Sichuan woman had laid out a sumptuous feast on the table. As they were drinking, Zhang Yuanchao brought up Miao Fuquan's visit to the construction bank that morning to withdraw some money.
"Haven't you heard?"
Miao Fuquan said.
"People were being trampled to death at the banks. There were people 3 deep on the floor at the counter."
"And your money?" asked Zhang Yuanchao.
"I was able to get some of it. The rest was frozen. It's criminal. The hair you shed is worth more than the rest of us have all together," said Zhang Yuanchao.
Yang Jinwen said,
"The news said that when the social panic eases a little, the government will gradually unfreeze accounts. Perhaps just a certain percentage at first, but the situation will eventually return to normal."
Zhang Yuanchao said,
"I hope so. The government made a mistake in calling it a state of war so early on, putting people in a panic. Now people are only thinking of themselves. How many people are thinking about the defense of Earth 400 years in the future?"
"That's not the biggest problem,"
Yang Jinwen said.
"I said it before and I'll say it again. China's savings rate is an enormous landmine. Am I right? High savings, low social security. People's life savings are in the bank, and then everyone goes into mass hysteria at the slightest gust of wind."
Zhang Yuanchao asked,
"So this wartime economy, what do you think it'll be like?"
"It's too sudden. I don't think anyone has a full mental picture of it yet, and the new economic policies are still being drafted. But one thing's certain. Tough days are ahead."
"Tough days, my ass. It's nothing people our age haven't seen before. It'll be like the 60s all over again, I expect,"
said Miao Fuquan.
"I just feel for the kids,"
said Zhang Yuanchao, and drained his glass. Just then, a news fanfare drew their attention to the television. A familiar sound these days, the music had the ability to make everyone drop what they were doing and pay attention. It was the bumper fanfare for a breaking news announcement, which were being broadcast more often than ever these days. The 3 old men remembered how this sort of news was frequently broadcast over radio and television prior to the 1980s, but during the long period of prosperity and tranquility that came afterward, it disappeared. The broadcast began. According to this station's correspondent at the UN Secretariat, a UN spokesperson at a just concluded press conference announced that a special session of the General Assembly will be convened in the near future to discuss the problem of escapism. The special session will be co-facilitated by the permanent members of the Planetary Defense Council and will be aimed at pushing the international community to reach a consensus on escapist attitudes and develop corresponding international laws. Let's take a brief look back at the emergence and development of escapism. The doctrine of escapism arose alongside the trisolar crisis. Its primary argument holds that given the locked state of humanity's advanced sciences, it does not make any sense to plan for a defense of Earth and the solar system in 4.5 centuries. Considering the extent to which human technology can develop over the next 4 centuries, a more realistic goal would be to construct starships to enable a small portion of the human race to flee to outer space, thereby avoiding the total extinction of human civilization. Escapism has 3 possible destinations. Option 1, a new world. That is, searching among the stars for a world where humanity can survive. Without question, this is the ideal, but it requires extremely high navigation speeds, and the voyage will be long. Given the level that human technology can attain during the crisis period, this option is unlikely to be realized. Option 2, a starship civilization. That is, humanity will use their escape ships as a permanent abode, and human civilization will endure on an eternal voyage. This option faces the same difficulties as the New World, although it places a greater emphasis on the establishment of closed ecosystem technologies. A generation ship running a fully enclosed biosphere is far beyond humanity's current technical capabilities. Option 3. Temporary refuge. Once Tri-Solaris has completed settlement of the solar system, there can be active exchanges between Tri-Solaran society and the humans that have fled to outer space. By pushing for a relaxation of policies toward residual humans in outer space, they will eventually be able to return to the solar system and coexist on a smaller scale with the Tri-Solarans. Although temporary refuge is considered the most realistic plan, there are still too many variables. Not long after the emergence of escapism, news outlets worldwide reported that the United States and Russia, two leaders in space technology, had secretly started work on plans for fleeing into outer space. Although the governments of the two countries denied the existence of any plans, an uproar in the international community sparked a socialized technology movement. At the third special session, a host of developing countries demanded that the United States, Russia, Japan, China, and the European Union release their technology and provide all advanced technology, including aerospace technology, free of charge to the international community, so that all nations of humanity would have an equal opportunity to face the tri-solar crisis. The supporters of the socialized technology movement brought up a precedent. At the beginning of the century, several major European pharmaceutical companies exacted high license fees from African countries for the manufacture of state-of-the-art AIDS treatments, prompting high-profile litigation. Under pressure from public opinion and the rapid spread of the disease in Africa, the companies renounced their patent rights prior to trial. The ultimate crisis that Earth is now facing means that open technology is the unavoidable responsibility that advanced countries have to all humanity. The socialized technology movement found a unanimous response from developing countries and even won the support of some members of the EU, but all related initiatives were rejected at meetings of the UN PDC. At the fifth special session of the UN General Assembly, a proposal by China and Russia of a limited socialized technology plan that advocated making technology open to all permanent members of the PDC was vetoed by the US and Britain. The US government said that no form of socialized technology was realistic, that it was a naive idea, and that under the present circumstances, US national security was a priority, second only to planetary defense. The failure of the limited socialized technology proposal caused a split among technological powers and led to the bankruptcy of the plan to establish a United Earth Space Force. The implications of the frustrated socialized technology movement are far-reaching, and people have been made aware that even in the face of the devastating tri-solar crisis, the unity of the human race is still a distant dream. The socialized technology movement was launched by the escapists. Only when the international community reaches a consensus on escapism will it be able to bridge the gap that has opened up between developed and developing nations, and between the developed countries themselves. This is the environment in which the UN special session is set to open.
"Oh, that reminds me,"
Miao Fuchuan said.
"The information I told you over the phone a few days ago is reliable."
"What's that?"
"The escape fund."
"Lao Miao, how can you believe that? You don't seem like an easy mark,"
Yang Jinwen said disapprovingly.
No,
Miao Fuchuan said, lowering his voice and looking back and forth between the other two.
"The young guy's name is Shi Xiaoming. I checked out his background through various channels, and his father, Shi Qiang, works for the PDC's security department. He used to be chief of a municipal anti-terrorism squad, and now he's a key person in the PDC in charge of combating the ETO. I've got a number here for his department. You can check it out for yourselves."
The other two looked at each other, and Yang Jinwen laughed as he picked up the bottle and poured himself another glass.
"So what if it's true? Who cares if there's an escape fund? How can I afford it?
That's right. It's for you rich folks, Zhang Yuanchao slurred out.
Young Jinwen suddenly grew excited.
And if it's really true, then the state's a pack of morons. If anyone's going to flee, it should be the cream of our descendants. Why the hell would you give it to anyone who can pay? What's the point of that?
Miao Fuchuan pointed at him and laughed.
Fine, Yang. Let's get to your real point. What you really want is for your descendants to be the ones to go, right? Look at your son and daughter-in-law. PhD scientists. Elites. So your grandsons and great-grandsons will most likely be elites too.
He lifted his glass and nodded.
But if you think about it, everyone should be equal, right? There's no reason elites should get a free lunch, right?
What do you mean?
Everything has a cost. It's a law of nature. I'll spend to ensure a future for the Miaos. That's a law of nature too.
Why is this something that can be bought? The duty of escaping is to extend human civilization. They'll naturally want the cream of civilization. Sending a bunch of rich dudes across the cosmos.
He snorted.
What'll that do? Huh.
The awkward smile on Miao Fuchuan's face vanished, and he pointed a thick finger at young Jinwen.
I've always known you look down on me. No matter how rich I get, I'll just be a vulgar moneybags to you. Isn't that right?
Who do you think you are?
Asked young Jinwen, fueled by the alcohol. Miao Fuchuan slapped the table and stood up.
Young Jinwen, I'm not going to stand for your bile. I'm gonna...
Then Zhang Yuanchao slammed the table with a noise 3 times louder, knocking over 2 of the cups and startling a yelp from the Sichuan woman. He pointed his finger at the other 2 in turn.
Fine. You're an elite, and you've got money. That leaves me. What the hell do I have? I'm just a poor man, so it serves me right that my line will be wiped out?
With obvious effort, he restrained himself from kicking over the table, then turned and stormed out. Yang Jinwen followed him. The second wall breaker carefully put new goldfish into the bowl. Like Evans, he enjoyed isolation, but he needed the companionship of beings other than humans. He often spoke to the goldfish like he spoke to the Trisolarans, 2 forms of life whose long-term presence on Earth he was looking forward to. Just then, the Sophon's text appeared on his retina. I've recently been studying A Story of 3 Kingdoms, and like you said, deceit and trickery are an art, just like the markings on a snake.
My lord, once again you bring up the snake.
The more beautiful the markings on a snake, the more fearsome it looks. We didn't used to care about humanity escaping, so long as they stopped existing in the solar system. But now we have adjusted our plans and have decided to prevent humanity from fleeing. Letting an enemy whose thoughts are totally opaque flee into the cosmos is very dangerous.
Do you have a specific plan in mind?
The fleet has made adjustments to its solar system deployment. It will detour in 4 directions at the Kuiper Belt and encircle the solar system.
If humanity really flees, your fleet will be too late to do anything by the time they do.
That is true, so we require your assistance. The next mission of the ETO is to halt or delay humanity's escape plans.
The wall breaker smiled. My lord, you really don't have to worry about that at all. No large-scale flight of humanity will ever happen.
Even given the present limited space for technological development, humanity might be able to build generation ships.
The greatest obstacle to flight is not technology.
Then is it disputes among countries?
This UN special session may resolve that problem, and if it can't, then developed countries are entirely capable of brushing aside the opposition of developing countries and forcing a plan through. The greatest obstacle to flight is not disputes among countries either. Then what is it? Disputes among people. The question of who goes and who stays behind. That doesn't seem like a problem to us. We thought so at first, but it turns out to be an insurmountable obstacle. Can you explain? You may be familiar with human history, but you will probably find this hard to comprehend. Who goes and who remains involves basic human values, values which in the past promoted progress in human society, but which, in the face of ultimate disaster, are a trap. Right now, the majority of humanity has not realized how deep this trap is. Lord, please believe my words. No human can escape this trap. Uncle Zhang, you don't have to decide now. You've asked all the necessary questions, and it's not a small amount of money after all. Shi Xiaoming said to Zhang Yuanchao, his face a picture of serenity. It's not that. Is the plan for real? The TV says... Don't you mind what the TV says. 2 weeks ago, the government spokesperson said that freezing accounts was impossible. But now look what's happened. Think reasonably. You're an ordinary man, and you're thinking about the continuation of your family line. What about the president and the premier? Won't they be thinking about the continuation of the Chinese people? And the UN about the continuation of the human race? This UN special session is actually an international cooperative plan that will formally launch the human escape plan. This is a pressing matter. Lao Zhang slowly nodded. It does seem that way when you think about it. But I still feel like escape is a long way off. Should I really be worrying about it? Uncle Zhang, you misunderstand. Escape can't be all that far off. Do you think the escape ships will only take off 300 or 400 years from now? If that were true, then the Tri-Solaran fleet could catch them easily. Then when will the ships head out? You're about to have a grandson, right? Yes. Your grandson will see those ships take off. He'll be aboard one? No, that's impossible. But his grandson could be. That's... Zhang worked it out. About 70 or 80 years. It'll be longer than that. The wartime government will tighten population controls and build delays into the birth restrictions. So it'll be 40 years to a generation. The ships will take off in about 120 years. That's pretty quick. Can they be built in time? Uncle Zhang, think back to what things were like 120 years ago. It was still the Qing dynasty. It took over a month to go from Hangzhou to Beijing, and the emperor had to spend days cooped up in a sedan chair to get to his summer retreat. Now it's less than 3 days from the Earth to the Moon. Technology develops fast, which means that the pace of development is always on the increase. If you add to that the fact that the whole world is pouring all its energy into space technology, then there's no question at all that spaceships can be created in about 120 years. Isn't space travel pretty dangerous? That's true, but won't Earth be dangerous then too? Look at how things are changing now. The country's main economic force is being used to establish a space fleet, which is not a commercial good and will not bring in 1 cent in profit. People's lives will only get worse. Add to that the sheer size of our base population, and simply having enough to eat becomes a problem. And then take a look at the international situation. Developing countries don't have the ability to escape, and developed countries have refused to socialize their technology.
But the poorer and smaller countries won't give up. Aren't they threatening to pull out of the Non-Proliferation Treaty? And they may take more extreme actions in the future. Who knows? In 120 years, before the alien fleet even arrives, the world might be engulfed in the flames of war. Who knows what sort of life your great-grandson's generation will lead? Besides, the escape ships aren't what you imagine. Comparing them to the Shenzhou spaceship and the ISS is ridiculous. The ships will be big, each of them a small city, and a complete ecosystem to boot. Just like a tiny Earth. Humanity can live on them forever with any outside supplies. And most importantly, there will be hibernation. We can do that now even. The passengers on board will spend most of their time in hibernation, where a century feels like no more than a day, until they reach the new world, or they reach an accord with the Trisolarans to return to the solar system. Then they'll wake up. Isn't that a much better life than suffering back on Earth?
Zhang Yuanchao thought this over in silence. Shi Xiaoming went on.
Of course, to be completely honest with you, space travel is indeed a dangerous thing. No one knows what sort of hazards they might encounter in space. I know you're mostly doing this for the continuation of your Zhang lineage, but don't let it worry you.
Zhang stared at him as if he had been pricked.
How can young people say things like that? Why wouldn't I worry? Let me finish, Uncle Zhang. I don't mean it like that. I just mean that even if you don't plan on sending your descendants to flee in spaceships, this fund is worth buying. Guaranteed. Once it's available for the general public to buy, the price will soar. There are lots of rich people, you know, and there aren't many other avenues for investment, and hoarding is illegal. Besides, the more money you have, the more you think about preserving your line, wouldn't you say?
Right. I know that.
Uncle Zhang, I'm being totally honest here. The escape fund is currently in a preliminary phase and has only a small number of special internal salespeople. It wasn't easy for me to get in on the quota. At any rate, when you've thought it over, give me a call, and I'll help you fill out the paperwork.
When Shi Xiaoming had gone, Lao Zhang stood on the balcony looking out at the sky, which hung a little hazily over the halo of the city, and said to himself, "My children, will your grandpa really send you someplace where night lasts forever?" When King Wen of Zhou next set foot onto the desolation of 3-body world, a small sun was rising. Although it did not give much heat, it lit the wasteland quite clearly. The wasteland was completely empty.
"Is there anyone here? Anyone?"
Then his eyes lit up as he saw someone riding a galloping horse from the horizon. Recognizing him at a distance as Newton, he ran toward him, waving wildly. Newton soon reached his side, reined in his horse, and after dismounting, hurriedly adjusted his wig.
"What are you shouting for? Who restarted this damned place?"
King Wen didn't answer his question, but took his hand and said urgently,
"Comrade, my comrade, listen to me. The Lord has not abandoned us. Or rather, its abandonment was for a reason, and it will need us in the future. I know that," Newton said, impatiently brushing aside King Wen's hand. "The Sophons sent me a message too. So that means the Lord sent a message to lots of us at the same time. Excellent. The organization's contact with the Lord won't ever be monopolized again." "Does the organization still exist?"
Newton wiped away sweat with a handkerchief.
"Of course it exists. The Redemptionists totally collapsed after the global strike, and the survivors split off and developed into an independent force. Only the Adventists are left in the org now. The strike purified the org. This is a good thing. Since you're here, you must be an Adventist. but you seem to be out of the loop. Are you on your own? My only contact is with one other comrade, and he didn't tell me anything but this web address. I barely escaped the awful global strike with my life. Your escape instincts were ably demonstrated during the Qin Shi Huang era. Newton looked around. Is it safe? Of course. We're at the bottom of a multi-level maze, and it's practically impossible to discover. Anyone who managed to storm their way in here wouldn't be able to trace user locations. For security reasons, after the strike, the org put every branch into isolation, with mutual contact kept to a minimum. We need a place to meet, and a buffer area for new members. This is more secure than the real world. Have you noticed that attacks on the organization in the real world have slackened considerably? They're clever. They know the org is the only means of obtaining intelligence on the Lord, as well as the only opportunity of getting their hands on the technology that the Lord passes to us, even though there's only a minute chance of that happening. That's the reason they'll let the org continue to exist to a certain extent, but I think they'll come to regret it. The Lord isn't so clever. It doesn't even comprehend the ability to be clever. So it needs us. The existence of the org is valuable, and all comrades should know of this as soon as possible. Newton mounted his horse. Very well. I've got to go. I'll stay longer once I've verified that it's really secure here. I guarantee to you that it's absolutely safe. If that's true, then there'll be more comrades gathering here next time. Goodbye. Saying this, Newton urged his horse off into the distance. By the time its hoofbeats had dissipated, the small sun had become a shooting star, and a cloak of darkness descended upon the world. Luo Ji lay limp on the bed, watching the woman put on clothes after a shower, through eyes still hazy from sleep. The sun, already high in the sky, shone through the curtains and turned her into a graceful projected silhouette, like a scene from a black-and-white movie he had forgotten the name of. But what he needed to remember now was her name. What was she called? Keep calm. First, her last name. If it was Zhang, then she would be Zhang Shan. Or was it Chen? Then Chen Jingjing. No, those were previous women. He thought about looking at his phone, but it was still in his pocket, and he had tossed his clothes on the carpet. Besides, they had only known each other for a little while, and he hadn't entered her number into his phone yet. The important thing now was not to have it be like that one time he'd asked outright. The consequences of asking outright had been disastrous. So he turned to the television, which she had turned on and muted. On the screen, seated around a large round table, the UN Security Council was in session. Wait, it wasn't the Security Council anymore, but he couldn't remember its new name. He was really out of it. "Turn it up," he said. His words sounded distant, without a term of endearment, but he didn't care about that now. "You really seem to be interested." She sat combing her hair, but didn't adjust the sound. Luo Ji reached over to the bedside table and picked up a lighter and a cigarette and lit it as he stretched his bare feet out of his towel and wiggled his big toes in satisfaction. "Look at you. You call yourself a scholar?" She watched his wriggling toes in the mirror. "A young scholar," he added, "with few accomplishments. But that's because I don't put in the effort. I'm actually full of inspiration. Sometimes what other people might spend a lifetime working on, I can figure out with a moment's thought. Believe it or not, I was almost famous once." "Because of that subculture stuff?" "No, not that. It was another thing I was working on at the same time. I established cosmic sociology." "What?" "It's the sociology of aliens." She snickered. then tossed her comb aside and began putting on her makeup. Don't you know about the celebrity tendency in academia? I could have been a star.
Alien researchers are a dime a dozen these days.
That's only after all this new crap came out, Luo Ji said as he pointed at the mute television, which was still showing the large table and the people seated round it. The segment was awfully long. Was it live? Academics didn't used to study aliens. They sifted through piles of old paper and became celebrities that way. But later, the public got tired of the cultural necrophilia of that old crew, and that's when I came along. He stretched his bare arms toward the ceiling. Cosmic sociology, aliens, and lots of alien races. More of them than there are people on Earth. Tens of billions. The producer of that lecture room television program talked about doing a series with me. But then it all actually happened. And then... He swept a circle with a finger and sighed. She wasn't listening too closely to him, reading the subtitles on the television instead.
We reserve all options in regard to escapism. What does that mean?
Who's talking?
It looks like Karnoff.
He's saying that escapism needs to be treated as harshly as the ETO, and that a guided missile needs to be dropped on anyone making a Noah's Ark.
That's kind of harsh.
No, he said forcefully. It's the wisest strategy. I came up with it long ago. And even if it doesn't come to that, no one's going to fly away anyway. You ever read a book by Liang Xiaosheng called Floating City?
I haven't. It's pretty old, isn't it?
Right. I read it when I was a kid. Shanghai's about to fall into the ocean, and a group of people go house to house seizing life preservers and then destroying them en masse, for the sole purpose of making sure that no one would live if everyone couldn't. I remember in particular, there was one little girl who took the group to the door of one house and cried out, "They still have one."
You're just the sort of asshole that always sees society as trash.
Bullshit. The fundamental axiom of economics is the human mercenary instinct. Without that assumption, the entire field would collapse. There isn't any fundamental axiom for sociology yet, but it might be even darker than economics. The truth always picks up dust. A small number of people could fly off into space, but if we knew it would come to that, why would we have bothered in the first place?
Bothered with what?
Why would we have had the Renaissance? Why the Magna Carta? Why the French Revolution? If humanity had stayed divided into classes, kept in place by the law's iron rule, then when the time came, the ones who needed to leave would leave, and the ones who had to stay behind would stay. If this took place in the Ming or Qing dynasties, then I'd leave, of course, and you'd stay behind. But that's not possible now.
I wouldn't mind if you took off right now, she said.
Which was, in fact, the truth. They had reached a mutual parting of ways. He had been able to reach this point with all of his previous lovers, never early or late. He was especially pleased with his control over the pace this time. He had known her for just 1 week, and the breakup proceeded smoothly, as elegantly as a rocket discarding its booster. He backtracked to an earlier topic. Hey, it wasn't my idea to establish cosmic sociology, you know. Do you want to know whose it was? You're the only one I'm going to tell, so don't get scared.
Whatever. I can't believe most of what you say anyway, apart from one thing.
Forget it. What one thing?
Come on and get up. I'm hungry.
She picked up his clothes from the carpet and threw them on the bed. They ate breakfast in the main restaurant of the hotel. Most of the occupants of the tables around them looked serious, and at times they could catch snatches of conversation. Luoji didn't want to listen, but he was like a candle on a summer night. The words, like insects crowding around the flame, kept working their way into his head. Escapism, socialized technology, ETO, transformation to a wartime economy, equatorial base, charter amendment, PDC, near-Earth primary warning and defense perimeter, independent integrated mode. Our age has gotten really dull, hasn't it? Luoji said. He stopped cutting his egg and set down his fork. She nodded. I agree. I saw a game show question on TV yesterday that was really moronic. Hands on buzzers. She pointed a fork at Luoji in imitation of the host. 120 years before the doomsday, your 13th generation will be alive. True or false? Luoji picked up his fork again and shook his head. It's not going to be any generation of mine. He folded his hands as if in prayer. My grand family line will die out with me. She gave a dismissive snort. You asked me which of your lines I believe. That's the one. You've said it before. That's the sort of person you are. So that's why she was leaving him? He didn't want to ask about it for fear of complicating the issue, but she seemed to read his thoughts and said, I'm that sort of person too. It's really annoying to see certain things about yourself in other people, particularly in a member of the opposite sex, Luoji said, nodding. But if you need to justify it, it's perfectly responsible behavior. What behavior? Not having kids? Of course it is. Luoji pointed his fork at the people around them, discussing economic transformation. You know what sort of lives their descendants will be living? They'll be spending their days slaving away in the shipyards, the spaceship yards, and then they'll line up at the canteen, bellies rumbling as they hold out their lunch pails, waiting for that ladle of porridge. And when they're older, it'll be Uncle Sam wants... No, Earth wants you, and it's off to find glory in the army. It'll be better for the doomsday generation. Retiring to face doomsday. How miserable. And besides, that last generation's grandparents might not get enough to eat. Still, even that future is not going to come to pass. Just look at how stubborn the people of Earth are. I bet they resist till the end, at which point the real mystery is how they'll eventually die. They left the hotel after their meal and emerged into the warm embrace of the morning sun. The air had a sweetness that was intoxicating. I've got to learn how to live. If I can't swing that, it'll be a damn shame, Luoji said as he watched the passing traffic. Neither of us is going to learn, she said, her eyes searching for a taxi. Then? Luoji looked inquiringly at her. Evidently, there would be no need to remember her name. Goodbye. She nodded in his direction. Then they shook hands and shared a quick kiss. Maybe we'll meet again. He regretted this as soon as he said it. Everything had been fine up till this point, so why risk causing trouble? But his concern was unnecessary. I doubt it. She turned quickly as she spoke, sending the bag on her shoulder flying into the air, a detail that Luoji repeatedly called to mind afterward, in an attempt to determine whether or not it had been deliberate. It was a distinctive LV bag, and he had seen her send it swinging, while turning around many times before. But this time, the bag swung straight at his face, and when he took a step backward to dodge it, he stumbled over the fire hydrant behind him and fell flat on his back. That fall saved his life. Meanwhile, the following was taking place on the street in front of them. Two cars collided head-on, but before the noise of the impact had subsided, a Polo swerved to avoid the crash and came hurtling toward where the two of them were standing. Luoji's fall turned into a successful dodge. Only the front bumper of the Polo brushed one of his feet, the one that was still elevated, nudging his body into a 90-degree turn on the ground so that he faced the back end of the car. He didn't hear the heavy thud of the other impact. But then he saw the woman's body soar over the top of the car and fall behind it on the road, like a boneless rag doll. As it tumbled, the trail of blood it left behind on the ground seemed like it ought to mean something. As he stared at the bloody symbol, Luoji finally remembered her name. Zhang Yuanchao's daughter-in-law was about to give birth. She had been moved into the delivery room, while the rest of the family gathered in the waiting room outside, where a television was playing a video of mother and baby wellness information. It all gave him a feeling of warmth and humanity that he had never felt before, a lingering coziness of a past golden age being eroded by the ever-worsening era of crisis. Yang Jinwen came in. Zhang Yuanchao's first thought was that he was taking this opportunity to patch up their relationship, but Yang Jinwen's expression told him that wasn't the case. Without so much as a greeting, Yang Jinwen dragged him from the waiting room into the hallway.
"Did you really buy into the escape fund?" he asked.
Zhang Yuanchao ignored him and turned to go, as if to say, "That's none of your business."
"Look at this,"
Yang Jinwen said, handing him a newspaper.
"It's today's."
The top headline stood out in black before his eyes. Special UN Session passes Resolution 117. Declares escapism illegal. Zhang Yuanchao carefully read through the start of the article underneath. By an overwhelming majority, a special session of the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution declaring escapism a violation of international law. In strong language, the resolution condemned the division and turmoil that escapism has created within human society, and described escapism as a crime against humanity in the eyes of international law. The resolution called on member states to enact legislation as soon as possible to put a stop to escapism. In a statement, the Chinese delegate reiterated the stance of the Chinese government regarding escapism and said that it firmly supports UN Resolution 117. He conveyed the Chinese government's pledge to take immediate action to establish and improve legislation and to adopt effective measures to stop the spread of escapism. He concluded by saying, "We must cherish the unity and solidarity of the international community in this time of crisis and uphold the principle, recognized by the international community, that all humanity has an equal right to survival. The earth is the common home of its people, and we must not abandon her."
Why are they doing this?"
he stammered.
"Isn't it obvious? Put a little thought into it, and you'll realize that escape into the cosmos was never going to work. The critical question is who gets to leave and who has to stay. This isn't ordinary inequality. It's a question of survival, and no matter who gets to leave, elites, the rich, or ordinary people, so long as some people get left behind, it means the collapse of humanity's fundamental value system and ethical bottom line. Human rights and equality have deep roots. Inequality of survival is the worst sort of inequality, and the people and countries left behind will never just sit and wait for death while others have a way out. There will be increasingly extreme confrontations between the two sides until there's world chaos, and then no one goes. The UN resolution is quite wise. How much did you spend, Lao Zhang?"
Zhang Yuanchao scrambled for his phone. He called Shi Xiaoming's number, but it was unreachable. His legs threatened to give out, and he slid down the wall to sit on the ground. He had spent 400,000 yuan.
"Call the police. There's one thing that Shi kid doesn't know. Lao Miao looked up his daddy's work unit. The scammer won't get away."
Zhang Yuanchao just sat there shaking his head. He said with a sigh,
"Sure. We can find him, but the money's long gone. What'll I say to my family?
There was the sound of crying, and then a nurse shouted,
Number 19? It's a boy!
Zhang Yuan Chao bounded off into the waiting room, as everything else suddenly became insignificant. In the 30 minutes that he had been waiting, 10,000 new babies had come into the world. Babies whose combined cries formed a tremendous chorus. Behind them was the Golden Age, the good times that began in the 1980s and ended with the crisis. Ahead of them, humanity's arduous years were about to unfold. All Luoji knew was that he was locked in a tiny basement room. The basement was deep, and he had felt the descent of the elevator, one of those rare old-style elevators with a manually operated lever, even as the mechanism confirmed his sensations, counting backward to -10. 10 levels below ground. Once again he took stock of his small room. The twin bed, simple furnishings, and an ancient wooden writing desk gave the place the look of a guard room, not a prison cell. Clearly no one had been here for quite some time, and although the bedclothes were new, the rest of the furniture was covered in dust and gave off a dank, musty smell. The door opened, and a stocky, middle-aged man entered. He nodded wearily at Luoji.
Dr. Luo, I'm here to keep you company, but since you've just come over, I don't expect you're climbing the walls just yet.
Just come over. The phrase grated. Surely, sent down would have been more accurate. Luoji's heart sank. His guess had been confirmed, it seemed. Although the men who had brought him here had been polite, it was clear he had been arrested. Are you a policeman? The man nodded.
Used to be. Name Shi Qiang.
He sat down on the bed and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. The smoke wouldn't have any place to dissipate in this sealed room, Luoji thought, but he didn't dare say anything. As if reading his mind, Shi Qiang looked around and said,
There ought to be a ventilation fan.
Then he pulled a cord next to the door, and a fan started humming. It was pretty rare to see a pull cord switch. Luoji also noticed an obsolete red rotary phone lying in a corner, covered in dust. Shi Qiang handed him a cigarette, which he accepted after a moment's hesitation. When they had lit their cigarettes, Shi Qiang said,
It's early yet. Shall we chat?
Ask away, Luoji said, head down as he exhaled a cloud of smoke.
Ask what?
Shi Qiang said, looking at Luoji in surprise. Luoji jumped up from the bed and tossed the cigarette aside.
How can you suspect me? You've got to know it was just a traffic accident. The two cars collided, and then she was hit by the one behind them as it tried to avoid the crash. It's plain as day.
He held out his hands, at a loss for words. Shi Qiang raised his head and looked at him, his tired eyes suddenly alert, as if an invisible malice, honed with practice, were hidden behind the smile he usually wore.
You said that, not me. My superiors don't want me to say anything more, and I don't know anything more. To think I was worried we wouldn't have anything to talk about. Come, sit down.
Luoji didn't sit down. He got in Shi Qiang's face and continued.
I'd only known her for a week. We met at a bar next to the university, and when the accident happened, I couldn't even remember her name. Tell me, what could there possibly have been between us to lead your thoughts in that direction? You couldn't even remember her name. No wonder you didn't care at all when she died. You're pretty much the same as another genius I know. He chuckled. The wonderful life of Dr. Luo. Meeting a new woman every time you turn around. And what women they are. Is that a crime? Of course not. I'm just jealous. I've got one rule in my work. Never make moral judgments. The guys I've got to deal with, they're the real deal. If I go and nag them, look at what you've done, think about your parents and about society, and so on, I might as well be slapping them across the face.
I'd rather talk about her, Officer Shi. Do you really believe I killed her?
Look at you, bringing up the issue on your own, saying you may have killed her even. We're just having a casual chat. What's your hurry? You're new at this, that much is clear.
Luoji stared at Shi Qiang, and for a moment, the hum of the fan was the only audible sound. Then he cackled and picked up his cigarette.
Luo, my man, Shi Qiang said. Luo, my boy. Destiny's brought us together. You know, I've been involved in 16 cases that ended in the death penalty. I personally escorted 9 of them.
Luoji handed a cigarette to Shi Qiang. I'm not going to let you escort me, so if you'll be so good as to notify my lawyer.
Excellent, my boy, Shi Qiang said, clapping Luoji on the shoulder. Decisiveness is a trait I admire.
Then he drew up close to him and said, through a cloud of smoke,
You can come across all sorts of things, but what's happened to you is really...
He trailed off.
Actually, I'm here to help. You know how the joke goes. On the way to the execution ground, a condemned criminal complained that it was going to rain, and the executioner said, What have you got to worry about? We're the ones who've got to go back through it. That's the attitude you and I ought to have for what comes next. Well then, there's still some time before we get going. Might as well get some sleep.
Get going? Again, Luoji stared at Shi Qiang. There was a knock at the door, and then a keen-eyed young man entered and dropped a suitcase on the ground. Captain Shi, it's been moved ahead. We're leaving now. Zhang Beihai gently pushed open the door to his father's hospital room. Half reclining against a pillow on the bed, his father looked better than he had imagined. The golden rays of the setting sun that shone in through the window gave his face some color and made him look less like a man at death's door. Zhang Beihai set his hat on the coat rack by the door and took a seat beside his father's bed. He didn't ask about his condition, because the old soldier would give him a straight answer, and he didn't want a straight answer. Dad, I've joined the Space Force. His father nodded but said nothing. For father and son, the silence conveyed more information than words. Growing up, his father had used silence rather than speech to educate him, and words were merely the punctuation between the silences. It was his silent father who had made him into the man he was today. Just like you thought, they're building the space fleet on a naval foundation. They believe space warfare will be closest in form and theory to naval warfare. His father nodded. Very good. So, what should I do? I've finally asked it, Dad. The question I spent a sleepless night gathering the resolve to ask. I hesitated just now when I saw you, because I know it's the question that will disappoint you the most. I remember when I finished grad school and joined the fleet as a cadet lieutenant, you told me, Beihai, you've got a long way to go. I say that because I can still easily understand you, and being understandable to me means that your mind is still too simple, not subtle enough. On the day I can no longer read you or figure you out, but you can easily understand me, that's when you'll finally have grown up. And then I grew up like you said, and you could no longer so easily understand your son. I know you must have felt at least some sorrow at that. But your son is indeed becoming the kind of person you'd hoped for. Someone not particularly likable, but capable of succeeding in the complicated and dangerous realm of the Navy. For me to ask this question surely means that the training you've given me for 3 decades has failed at the crucial juncture. But Dad, tell me anyway. Your son is not as great as you imagine. Tell me, just this once.
Think some more, his father said.
Fine, Dad. You've given me an answer. They've told me quite a lot, those 3 words. More than could be said in 30,000. Believe me, I'm listening to them with my whole heart. But I still need you to be clearer, because this is far too important. And after I've thought, Zhang Beihai asked, gripping the bedsheet with both hands. His palms and forehead were laced with sweat. Dad, forgive me. If I disappointed you the last time, then let me go further. Go back to being a kid once more.
Beihai, all I can say is to think long and hard first,
his father replied. Thank you, Dad. You've made it very clear, and I understand. Zhang Beihai let go of the sheet and grasped his father's bony hand. Dad, I'm not going to see any more. I'll come and see you all the time. His father smiled but shook his head.
This isn't anything serious. Concentrate on your work.
They spoke for a while longer, first of family matters, and then about the establishment of the Space Force, with his father contributing lots of ideas of his own, including advice for Zhang Beihai's future work. They imagined the shape and size of space battleships, debated the weaponry of space warfare, and even whether Mahan's theory of sea power applied to space battles. But there was little significance in their conversation, just father and son taking a verbal stroll together. The significance was in the 3 lines their hearts exchanged. Think some more. And after I've thought, Beihai, all I can say is to think long and hard first. Zhang Beihai said goodbye to his father. As he was leaving the room, he turned back at the door to look at him, shrouded in shadow now that the light of the setting sun had departed. His eyes pierced the shadows and noticed one last scrap of illumination on the wall opposite. Although it was about to fade, this was the time when the setting sun was at its most beautiful. The last rays of sunlight shone, too, on the waves that rolled endlessly on the angry ocean, and in shafts of light that pierced the jumbled clouds in the west, and cast enormous golden bands on the water's surface like petals fallen from heaven. Beyond the petals, dark clouds loomed over a world black as night, as a thunderstorm hung between heaven and earth like the curtain of the gods, and only periodic lightning lit the snow-like spray thrown up by the waves. In one golden band, a destroyer struggled to lift its prow from the trough, and then broke through the wall of the wave with a thunderous crash, the spray greedily absorbing the light, like a giant rock stretching enormous glittering wings to the sky. Zhang Beihai put on his cap, which bore the insignia of the Chinese Space Force. He said to himself, Dad, we think alike. This is my good fortune. I won't bring you glory, but I'll give you rest.
Mr. Luo, please change into this, said the young man, who knelt down to open a suitcase upon entering the room. Though the man seemed entirely polite, Luoji couldn't shake a certain discomfort, like he had swallowed a fly. But when he saw the clothing the man took out, he realized that he wouldn't be wearing a convict's uniform. It looked like an ordinary brown jacket. He took it and inspected the thick material. Shi Qiang and the young man put on similar jackets in different colors.
Put it on. It's comfortable and it breathes.
Not like the old stuff we used to wear, which was sticky as hell,
Shi Qiang said. Bulletproof, the young man said. Who would want to kill me? Luoji thought as he changed jackets. The three of them left the room and followed the corridor to the elevator. The ceiling was lined with rectangular metal ductwork, and they passed several heavy, sealed doorways. Luoji noticed a faint slogan on one of the mottled walls. Only part of it was visible, but he knew the whole slogan. Dig deep tunnels. Keep vast stores of grain. Don't seek hegemony. Civil air defense? He asked.
Not the ordinary kind. Defense against the atom bomb, but it's obsolete now. Back in the day, you had to be someone special to get in here.
So we're at the Western Hills? Luoji asked, but Shi Qiang and the young man did not reply. Luoji had heard stories about the secret command center. They entered the old-style elevator and began to ascend immediately, accompanied by a tremendous scraping. The operator was a People's Armed Police soldier armed with a submachine gun. This seemed to be his first time at this job, and he had to fiddle with the controls a bit before the elevator finally stopped at floor -1. Exiting the elevator, Luoji saw that they were in a large hall with a low ceiling, like an underground parking garage. A number of different cars were parked here, some of them with engines on, filling the air with noxious exhaust. People were standing beside the lines of cars or walking among them. With only one light in a distant corner turned on, the place was dim and the people dark shadows. Only when they passed the lamplight did Luoji see that they were fully armed soldiers. Some were shouting into radios, trying to be heard over the engine noise. Their voices sounded tense. Shi Qiang led Luoji through the two lines of cars, with the young man close behind. The lamplight and red taillights shining through the gaps in the cars cast an ever-changing pattern of color on Shi Qiang's body and reminded Luoji of the dim bar where he had met the woman. Shi Qiang led Luoji to one car, opened the door, and had him get in. The car was roomy, but the edges of its abnormally tiny windows revealed the thickness of the car's body. A reinforced vehicle with tinted glass in its small windows, probably as an anti-bomb measure. The car door was ajar, and Luoji could hear Shi Qiang and the young man talking.
Captain Shi, they called just now to say they've been over the route. All guard positions have been set up. The route is too complicated. We've only been able to do a couple of quick runs through the whole thing. Not enough for comfort. And about the guard positions, it's like I said, you've got to think like them. If you were on their side, where would you be hiding? Consult with the experts from the People's Armed Police again. Hey, what's the plan for the handoff?
They didn't say.
Shi Qiang raised his voice.
Morons! They can't leave such an important part up in the air.
Captain Shi, it looks like the brass want us to follow along the entire way.
I can follow along my entire life, but since there's got to be a handoff once we're there needs to be a clear demarcation of responsibilities. There's got to be a line. Anything that happens before it is on us, and afterward on them.
They didn't say. The young man sounded uncomfortable.
Zheng, I know you've been feeling sorry for yourself since Chang Wei-se got promoted. Hell, it's like we don't even exist to his former subordinates. But we should have some self-respect. Who the fuck are they? Have they been under fire, or have they ever fired at anyone? That crew used so many high-tech tricks in the last operation, it was like a circus. They even brought out the airborne early warnings. But in the end, who did they use to find the meeting place? Us. That won us some cred. Zheng, it took a lot of convincing to get the lot of you over here, but I wonder if that might not end up causing you harm.
Captain Shi, don't say that.
It's a troubled world. Do you get that?
Morality isn't what it used to be. Everyone foists their bad luck off onto other people. So you've got to be on your guard. I'm going on like this because I'm worried about how long I'm going to last. I'm afraid that all of it's going to land in your lap.
Captain Shi, you've really got to think about your illness. Didn't the higher-ups schedule you for hibernation?
I've got to get lots of things taken care of first. Family, work. And do you think I'm not worried about the lot of you here?
Don't worry about us. With your condition, you can put it off. Your teeth were bleeding out again this morning.
That's nothing. I've got good luck. You should know. 3 of the guns I've been shot at with were duds.
The cars at one end of the hall were beginning to pull out. Shi Qiang got in and closed the door, and when the neighboring car started to move, their car followed. Shi Qiang pulled the curtains closed on either side, and the opaque divider between the back and front seats totally obscured Luoji's view of the outside. As they rode, Shi Qiang's radio chirped endlessly, but Luoji couldn't make out the comments Shi Qiang was replying to in clipped sentences. When they had ridden a short way, Luoji said to Shi Qiang,
"Things are more complicated than you said." "That's right. Everything's complicated now,"
Shi Qiang said perfunctorily, his attention still focused on the radio. They spoke no more for the rest of the trip. The ride was smooth and unbroken, and after about an hour they came to a stop. When Shi Qiang got out of the car, he motioned to Luoji to wait inside, and then closed the door. Luoji heard a rumbling that seemed to come from above the vehicle. After a few minutes, Shi Qiang opened the door again and had Luoji get out, at which point he realized they were at an airport. The rumbling had turned thunderous. He looked up to see 2 helicopters hovering ahead, oriented in opposite directions, like they were monitoring the open area. In front of him was a large aircraft that looked like a passenger plane, except that there was no insignia on any part he could see. An air stair stood in front of the car door, and Shi Qiang and Luoji took it up to the aircraft. When Luoji glanced back out the door after they entered, the first thing that caught his eye were the fighter jets lined up on a distant apron, which informed him that this wasn't a civilian airport. Closer in, he saw the cars from their convoy and the soldiers that had exited their vehicles in a ring around the plane. The sun was setting, casting a long shadow down the runway ahead of the plane, like a giant exclamation point. Luoji and Shi Qiang entered the cabin. 3 men in black suits welcomed them and took them past the forward cabin, which was totally empty but resembled a passenger plane with 4 rows of seats. In the middle cabin, Luoji saw a fairly spacious office and another suite through whose half-open door he glimpsed a bedroom. The furnishings were unremarkable, but neat and orderly, and apart from the green safety belts on the sofa and chairs, you wouldn't have known you were on a plane. Luoji knew that there were very few charter planes of this kind in the country. 2 of the 3 men who led them in vanished through a door to the rear cabin, leaving behind the youngest one, who said,
"You can sit anywhere you like, but you need to buckle up, not just on takeoff and landing, but throughout the entire flight. If you sleep, then buckle the sleep belt too. Nothing that's not fixed in place can be left out in the open. Stay in your seat or bunk at all times, and if you must move about, please inform the captain first. This is an intercom button. There's one at every seat and every bunk. Hold it down to talk. If there's anything you need, please use it to call us at any time."
Luoji looked in confusion at Shi Qiang, who said,
"The plane may execute some special maneuvers."
The man nodded.
"Correct. Please let me know if you have any problems. Call me Xiao Zhang. I'll bring you dinner when we're in the air."
After Xiao Zhang left, Luoji and Shi Qiang sat on the sofa and fastened their seatbelts. Luoji looked about him. Apart from the round windows and the slightly curved walls they were set into, the room seemed so conventional and familiar that it felt a little strange to be wearing seatbelts in an ordinary office. But soon the noise and vibration of the engine reminded him he was aboard a plane taxiing down the runway, and a few minutes later, the engine noise changed, and the two of them were pressed back into the sofa. Then the ground vibrations disappeared, and the office floor took on a slant. As the plane climbed, the sun, which had already dipped below the ground, returned through the window, just as the same sun had sent the day's final rays of sunlight into the hospital room of Zhang Beihai's father just 10 minutes before. By the time Luoji's plane reached the coast, Wu Yue and Zhang Beihai were once again looking over the unfinished Tong, 10,000 meters below. This was the closest he would ever get to the two soldiers. As on their previous visit, Tong's enormous frame was shrouded in the dim light of dusk. The showers of sparks on the hull didn't seem quite as plentiful, and the lamps illuminating the ship had dimmed substantially. At this time, Wu Yue and Zhang Beihai no longer belonged to the Navy. "I heard the General Armaments Department has decided to terminate the Tong project," Zhang Beihai said. "What's that got to do with us?" Wu Yue said coldly, his eyes sweeping from Tong to the last bits of sunset in the west. "You've been in a bad mood since joining the Space Force." "You should know the reason. You can always read my thoughts, sometimes more clearly than I can, and then you remind me what it is I'm really thinking about." Zhang Beihai turned to Wu Yue. "You're depressed about joining what's inevitably a losing war. You're jealous of that final generation that will be young enough to fight in the Space Force at the end and be buried in the cosmos together with their fleet. Devoting a lifetime of effort to a hopeless endeavor is hard for you to accept." "Do you have any advice?" "No. Techno-fetishism and technological triumphalism are deeply rooted in your mind, and I learned long ago that I can't change you. I can only try to minimize the harm that sort of thinking can cause. Besides, I don't think it's possible for humanity to win this war." Wu Yue dropped his cold mask and met Zhang Beihai's gaze. "Beihai, you used to be a practical person. You opposed building Tong, and on multiple occasions, on the record, voiced doubts about building a blue water navy, arguing that it was incompatible with our national strength. You believe that our national forces ought to remain in coastal waters under the support and protection of shore-based firepower, an idea ridiculed as a turtle shell strategy by the young hotheads. But you've persisted in it. So where do you get your confidence in a space victory from now? Do you really believe that wooden boats can sink an aircraft carrier?" After independence, the newly founded Navy used wooden boats to sink nationalist destroyers, and even earlier, there were times when our army used cavalry to defeat tanks. You can't seriously think those miracles count as ordinary military theory. On this battlefield, terrestrial civilization won't need to follow commonplace, ordinary military theory. Zhang Beihai held up a finger. One exception is sufficient. Wu Yue shot him a mocking smile. "I'd like to hear how you'll achieve this exception." "I don't know anything about space warfare, of course, but if you want to compare it to a wooden boat versus a carrier, then I think it's just a matter of having the courage to act and the confidence in a victory. A wooden boat could carry a small squad of divers who will wait in the carrier's path. When the enemy draws near, they'll dive in and the boat will leave. Then, when the carrier comes close, they'll attach a bomb to the bottom of the hull and sink the carrier. Of course, this would be exceedingly difficult, but it's not impossible." Wu Yue nodded. "Not bad. People have tried it before. In the Second World War, the British did that as part of the effort to sink the Tirpitz, only they used a mini-sub. In the 1980s, during the Malvinas War, A few Argentine Special Forces soldiers took Italian limpet mines into Spain and attempted to blow up a British warship docked in the harbor at Gibraltar. You know what happened to them. But what we have is not just a small wooden boat. A 1,000 or 2,000 ton nuclear bomb can be made small enough for 1 or 2 divers to take underwater, and when it's attached to the underside of a carrier, it won't just sink it. It'll blow the whole carrier to smithereens. Sometimes you've got a fantastic imagination, Wu Yue said with a smile. I've got confidence in our victory. Zhang Beihai looked out at Tong. The distant shower of welding sparks reflected in his pupils like 2 small flames. Wu Yue too looked out at Tong, and a new vision took hold of him. The ship was no longer a ruined ancient fortress, but a prehistoric cliff with a multitude of deep caves carved into it, and the scattered sparks were flickering firelight in those caves. After takeoff and all through dinner, Luoji refrained from asking Shi Qiang anything about where they were headed, or what exactly had happened, reasoning that if Shi Qiang was going to tell him anything, he would already have come out with it. Once, he unbuckled his seatbelt and got up to look out the cabin window, even though he knew he would see nothing through the darkness, but Shi Qiang followed him and pulled down the window shade, saying that there was nothing to see out there. "Why don't we chat for a while longer and then go to sleep? What do you say?" asked Shi Qiang as he drew out a cigarette, then quickly put it back, remembering he was on a plane. Sleep? So this is a long flight? Who cares? It's a plane with beds. I say we take advantage of them. You're only responsible for taking me to my destination, right? What are you complaining for? We've still got to make the return trip. Shi Qiang grinned broadly, as if immensely pleased with himself. Cutting humor seemed to give him pleasure. But then he turned more serious. I don't know much more about your trip than you do. Besides, it's not yet time for me to tell you anything. Take it easy. There will be someone at the handoff to explain things to you. I've been guessing for hours, but I've only come up with one possible explanation. Let me hear it, and let's see if it's the same as what I'm thinking. The woman who died was an ordinary person, so that means her social or family connections had to be something special. Luoji didn't know anything about her family, just like his previous lovers. He wasn't interested, and forgot whatever they told him. Who? Oh, that lover of yours. Put her out of your mind, since you don't care anyway. Or if you want, why not compare her name and face to some famous figures? Luoji's mind flipped through comparisons, but nothing matched. Luo, my man, can you bluff? Shi Qiang asked. Luo had noticed a pattern in how he addressed him. When he was joking, he called him my boy, but when he was a little more serious, it was my man. Do I need to bluff against someone? Of course you do. So how about I teach you how to bluff? Of course, I'm not a master of it either. My work is more along the lines of breaking scams. Here, I'll tell you a few tricks for the interrogation room. You might find it useful later to figure out what's going on. Naturally, these are just the most basic, common ones. It's hard to explain anything more complicated. We'll start with the gentlest one, which happens to be the simplest. The list. That means drawing up a whole list of questions connected to the case, and then asking them one by one and recording the subject's answers, and then starting over again from the top and recording those answers too. Questions can be asked repeatedly if necessary, and then you can compare the transcripts of the answers and find out if the subject is lying about something, since the answers will be different every time. The technique is simple, but don't look down your nose at it. No one who hasn't undergone training in counter-interrogation techniques will be able to pass it, so the most effective way of dealing with the list is simply to remain silent,
Shi Qiang fiddled unconsciously with his cigarette as he spoke, but then put it away again. "Ask them. It's a charter flight, so they ought to allow smoking," Luoji said. Shi Qiang had grown excited while speaking, and seemed a little put out at Luoji's interruption. It occurred to Luoji that he might be serious, or else he had an odd sense of humor. Shi Qiang pressed the red intercom button beside the sofa, and Xiao Zhang told him he could do what he liked. So the two of them lit up. "The next technique is only half gentle. You can reach the ashtray. It's fixed in place. You've just got to pull it up. Right. This technique is called black and white. It requires the cooperation of lots of people and is a little more complicated. First, the bad cops come out, at least 2 of them on most occasions, and they're really nasty to you. Some of them verbally and others physically, but they're all mean. There's a strategy to it, not just to make you afraid, but more importantly to make you feel alone, to make you feel like the whole world wants to consume you. Then the good cop comes out, just one, and he's got a kind face, and he stops the bad cops and tells them that you're a human being, that you've got rights, so how can they treat you that way? The bad cops tell him to beat it, that he's affecting their work. The good cop persists and says, "You can't do this." The bad cops say, "I always knew you didn't have the stones for this work. If you can't handle it, then get lost." The good cop shields you with his body and says, "I'm going to protect his rights and protect justice under the law." The bad cops say, "Tomorrow, you're out of here. Just you wait." Then they leave in a huff. So it's just the 2 of you left, and the good cop wipes off your blood and sweat and tells you not to be afraid, and that you have the right to be silent. Then, as you can imagine, he becomes your one friend in the world, so when he draws you out, you aren't silent anymore. This technique is most effective against intellectuals, but it differs from the list in that it loses its effect when you're aware of it. He spoke animatedly and seemed about to take off his seatbelt and stand up. Luoji was seized by dread and despair and felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Noticing his discomfort, Shi Qiang stopped. "Well, then, let's not talk about interrogation, even if it might be useful to you. You can't take it in all at once. Besides, I was going to tell you how to trick people. So just remember this. Real shrewdness means not letting any shrewdness show. It's not like in the movies. The truly astute don't sit in the shadows all day striking a pose. They don't show off that they're using their brains. They look all carefree and innocent. Some of them are tacky and mawkish, others careless and unserious. What's critical is not to let others think you're a person of interest. Let them look down on you or dismiss you, and they won't feel you're an obstacle. You're just a broom in the corner. The pinnacle of this is to make them not notice you at all, as if you don't exist until the moment right before they die at your hands. Will I ever have the need or opportunity to become that sort of person? Luoji broke in to ask. Like I said, I know no more about this than you do, but I've got a premonition that you need to become such a person. Luo, my man, you've got to. Shi Qiang grew excited again and clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to make him wince. Then they sat in silence watching the clouds of smoke curl upward to the ceiling, where they were sucked away into a crack. Screw it. Let's hit the sack, Shi Qiang said as he ground out his cigarette in the ashtray. He shook his head with a smile. I've been going on like an idiot. When you look back on this, don't laugh at me. In the bedroom, Luoji took off his bulletproof jacket and wrapped himself in the safety sleeping bag. Shi Qiang helped him tighten the straps holding it to the bed,
and then set down a small vial on the bedside cabinet. "Sleeping pills. Take them if you can't sleep. I asked for alcohol, but they said there isn't any." Shi Qiang reminded Luoji that he should notify the captain before getting out of bed, then turned to leave. "Officer Shi," Luoji called after him. At the door, Shi Qiang half-turned back to look at him. "I'm not any sort of cop. The police aren't involved in this thing. Everyone calls me Da Shi." "Well then, Da Shi. When we were talking just now, I noticed the first thing you said. Or, I guess, the first thing you said in reply to me. I said the woman, and you didn't realize for a moment who I was talking about. That means that she's not a major part of this case. You're one of the calmest people I've ever met." "The calmness comes from cynicism. There's not much in the world that can make me care." "Whatever it is, I've never seen someone who could stay calm in a situation like this. Forget all that stuff I said before. I just like to kid around about things." "You're just looking for something to hold my attention so that you can smoothly complete your mission." "If I've set your imagination going, I apologize. What do you think I should think about now?" "In my experience, any thinking is liable to go off the rails. You should just go to sleep." Shi Qiang left. After he closed the door, the room was dark except for a small red lamp at the head of the bed. The ever-present background rumble of the engine was particularly conspicuous, as if the infinite night sky on the other side of the wall was emitting a deep hum. Then Luoji felt that it wasn't an illusion, that the sound really was coming from some far-off place outside. He unbuckled the sleeping bag and crawled out, then pushed up the shade over the window by the bed. Outside, the moon was shining on a sea of clouds, a vast ocean of silver. Luoji realized that above the clouds were other things shining with a silver light. 4 ramrod straight lines that caught the eye against the backdrop of the night sky. They were extending at the same speed as the plane, and their trailing ends faded out and blended into the night like 4 silver swords flying over the clouds. Luoji looked back at the tips and noticed that the silver lines were being drawn out by 4 objects with a metallic glint. 4 fighter jets. It wasn't hard to guess that another 4 were on the other side of the plane. Luoji pulled down the shade and burrowed back into the sleeping bag. He closed his eyes and willed his mind to relax. He didn't want to sleep, but to wake up from his dream. In the dead of night, the Space Force work meeting was still in progress. Zhang Beihai pushed aside the notebook and documents that lay on the desk in front of him and stood up, scanning the tired faces of the officers before turning toward Chang Wei-se. "Commander, before we report on our work, I'd first like to share some of my own views. I believe that the military leadership has not paid sufficient attention to political and ideological work among the forces. For example, the political department is the last of the 6 established departments to present its report at this meeting." Chang Wei-se nodded. "I concur. The political commissars have not yet reported for duty, so it's fallen to me to oversee political work. Now that we've finally begun work in all areas, it's difficult to give it enough attention. For the bulk of the work, we'll have to rely on you and the others who are in charge of specifics." "Commander, in my opinion, the present situation is dangerous." This remark drew the attention of several officers, and Zhang Beihai continued. "Please forgive me for speaking pointedly. For one thing, we've been in meetings all day and we're all tired, so no one will listen if I'm not blunt." A few people laughed, but the rest were still mired in their fatigue. "More importantly, I'm truly worried. The battle we are facing has a force disparity unprecedented in the history of human warfare. So I believe that for the indefinite future, the greatest danger facing the Space Force is defeatism. Its threat can't be overstated. The spread of defeatism will not only result in an erosion of morale, but may lead to the total collapse of space-based military power. Chang Wei-se nodded again. I agree. Defeatism is our greatest enemy at present. The Military Commission is acutely aware of this. It's why political and ideological work in the services will be critical. Once the basic units of the Space Force are in place, the work will become more complex. Zhang Beihai flipped open his notebook. The work report follows, he said, and began to read. Since the establishment of the Space Force, our primary focus in political and ideological work among the troops has been to conduct a survey of the overall ideological status of officers and soldiers. Since the organization of this new branch is simple at the present time, with few members and few administrative levels, the survey was conducted through informal meetings and personal interaction, and a corresponding forum was set up on the intranet. The results of the survey are worrying. Defeatist thinking is prevalent and spreading swiftly among the troops. The mentality of a sizable proportion of our comrades consists of terror toward the enemy and a lack of confidence in the future of war. The source of this defeatism stems primarily from the worship of technology and the underestimation or complete dismissal of the role of human initiative and the human spirit in war. It is a development and extension of techno-triumphalism and the weapons decide everything theory that has cropped up in the armed forces in recent years. The trend is particularly pronounced among highly educated officers. Defeatism among the troops takes the following forms. 1. Treating one's duty in the Space Force as an ordinary job, despite working with dedication and responsibility, lacking enthusiasm and sense of mission, and doubting the ultimate significance of one's work. 2. Passive waiting, believing that the outcome of the war depends on scientists and engineers, believing that prior to breakthroughs in basic research and key technologies, the Space Force is just a pipe dream, and subsequent confusion about the importance of its present work, being satisfied simply with completing tasks related to establishing this military branch, lacking of innovation. 3. Harboring unrealistic fantasies, requesting to use hibernation technology to leap 4 centuries into the future and take part in the doomsday battle directly. A number of younger comrades have already expressed this wish, and one has even submitted a formal application. On the surface, this is a positive state of mind, a desire to throw oneself onto the front lines. But it is essentially just another form of defeatism. Lacking confidence in victory and doubting the significance of our present work, a soldier's dignity becomes the only pillar sustaining work and life. 4. The opposite of the above. Doubts about the dignity of the soldier. The belief that the military's traditional moral code is no longer suitable for the battlefield, and that fighting to the end has no meaning. The belief that a soldier's dignity only exists when there is someone to see it, and when a battle ends in defeat and no humans are left in the universe, then this dignity loses its significance. Although only a minority hold this notion, the abrogation of the very worth of the Space Force is exceedingly harmful. Here, Zhang Beihai looked out at the assembly and saw that although his speech had attracted some interest, it still hadn't managed to shake the fatigue from the meeting hall. He was confident that what he had to say next would change the situation. I'll give you a specific example of a comrade who exhibits a typical form of defeatism. I am referring to Colonel Wu Yue. Zhang Beihai held out his hand in the direction of Wu Yue's seat at the conference table. The tiredness of the room was swept away, and the attendees pricked up their ears. Everyone looked nervously at Zhang Beihai and then at Wu Yue, who gazed placidly back, the picture of calmness. Wu Yue and I have worked together in the Navy for quite some time, and we know each other very well. He has a strong technology complex, and as a captain, he is a technical type, or, if you want, an engineer. This in itself isn't a bad thing, but unfortunately, his military thinking is over-reliant on technology, and while he doesn't come out and say it, he subconsciously believes that technological advancement is the primary and perhaps sole determinant of combat effectiveness. He completely neglects the human role in battle, particularly in his lack of understanding of the unique advantages formed in our army by difficult historical conditions. When he learned of the tri-solar crisis, he lost all confidence in the future, and once he joined the Space Force, this despair only became more pronounced. Comrade Wu Yue's defeatist sentiment is so heavy and ingrained that we have no hope of pulling him out of it. We must adopt strong measures as soon as possible to arrest the spread of defeatism in the troops, and therefore, I believe that Comrade Wu Yue is no longer suitable for work in the Space Force. All eyes were on Wu Yue, who was now looking at the Space Force emblem on his hat lying on the table. He remained calm as before. Throughout the course of his speech, Zhang Beihai had not even glanced in Wu Yue's direction. He continued, "Commander, Comrade Wu Yue, and the rest of you, I ask for your understanding. I say this only out of concern for the present ideological state of the troops. Of course, I also hope to engage Wu Yue in face-to-face, frank, and open discussion." Wu Yue raised a hand requesting permission to speak, and at a nod from Chang Wei-se, he said, "What Comrade Zhang Beihai has said about my mental state is accurate, and I accept his conclusion. I am no longer fit to serve in the Space Force. I will abide by whatever the organization arranges." The atmosphere turned tense. Several officers looked at the notebook in front of Zhang Beihai, wondering who else its contents might concern. One senior colonel in the Air Force got up and said, "Comrade Zhang Beihai, this is an ordinary work meeting. You ought to go through the proper organizational channels instead of bringing up issues like this. Do you think it's appropriate to talk about this openly?" His words were immediately echoed by many of the other officers. Zhang Beihai said, "I know that my remarks violate organizational principles, and I am prepared to accept all responsibility. However, I do believe that I must, by whatever means, bring the seriousness of our current situation to your attention." Chang Wei-se raised a hand to prevent any other replies. "First, the sense of responsibility and urgency that Comrade Zhang Beihai has shown in his work must be commended. The existence of defeatism among the troops is a fact, and we must face it rationally. So long as a technology gap exists between our two sides, defeatism will not vanish. It is not a problem that can be solved through simple methods, but will require long and painstaking work, as well as more interaction and discussion. However, I also agree with the suggestion proposed by the Colonel. Matters concerning personal ideology should be resolved primarily through communication and exchange, and if a report is necessary, it should be made through the proper channels." The officers let out a sigh of relief. At this meeting, at least, Zhang Beihai would not be mentioning their names. Imagining the boundless night sky above the cloud layer, Luoji struggled to collect his thoughts. Involuntarily, his mind drifted to thoughts of the woman. Her voice and laughing face appeared in the dimness, and a sorrow he had never felt before weighed upon his heart. This was followed closely by self-reproach, a disdain he had felt on countless prior occasions, but never so intensely. Why was she on his mind now? Up to this point, his only reaction to her death, apart from fear and astonishment, had been self-absolution, and only now that he knew her role in the situation was negligible did he spare her any of his precious sorrow. What sort of a person was he? But what could be done? That's just the sort of person he was. In his bed, the minute oscillations of the plane gave Luoji the feeling of being in a cradle. He had slept in a cradle as a baby, he remembered, and one day in his parents' basement he had seen, covered in dust under an old kid's bed, the rockers of a cradle. Now, when he closed his eyes and imagined the couple rocking his cradle, he asked himself, "From the day you left that cradle, have you ever cared about anyone else besides those two people? Have you ever made even a small, permanent bit of room in your heart for anyone else?" Yes, he had made room, once. Once, 5 years before, the golden light of love had inhabited his heart. But that had been an unreal experience. Everything had started with Bai Rong, an author of young adult novels. She wrote them in her spare time, but had gained enough of a following to bring her more in royalties than she made in salary. Out of all the women he had met, he had spent the most time with Bai Rong, and had even reached the point of considering marrying her. Their relationship was the ordinary sort, not particularly intense or unforgettable, but they felt it suited them to be relaxed and happy together. Despite a certain dread of marriage, they felt giving it a try was the responsible thing to do. At Bai Rong's behest, he had read all of her work, and while he wouldn't say he appreciated it, it wasn't as torturous as the other works in the genre he had flipped through. She had an elegant style, and a mature lucidity that her peers lacked. But this style was not complemented by the novel's content. Reading them was like looking at dewdrops on the undergrowth, pure and transparent, but distinguished from each other only by the way the light reflected and refracted through them, and how they rolled about on the leaves, fusing together where they met and separating when they fell, until they evaporated entirely within the space of a few minutes after sunrise. Every time he read one of her books, beneath the graceful style, he was left with one question. What do these people live on if they spend 24 hours a day in love? That love you write about, do you think it exists in the real world? He asked one day. I do. Something you've seen? Or something you've experienced yourself? She squeezed his neck. Either way, I'm telling you that it exists, she said cryptically into his ear. Sometimes he would give her suggestions for the novels she was working on, or even help her revise them. It's like you're more talented than I am, she said once. You're not revising plot, but character. And that's the hardest thing to do. Every time, you're adding the touches that make the characters more vivid. Your skill at creating literary figures is first-rate. You've got to be kidding. My background's in astronomy. Wang Xiaobo studied mathematics, remember? On her birthday last year, she had asked him for a specific present. Can you write a novel for me? A whole novel? Well, at least 50,000 characters long. With you as the protagonist? No. I saw a really interesting exhibition of paintings by male artists of the most beautiful women they could imagine. The protagonist of your novel should be the same. You can leave reality behind and create an angel based entirely on your dream of feminine perfection. To this day, he had no idea of the motivation for her request. Maybe she didn't know herself. Thinking back now, it seemed her mood at the time had been a mixture of craftiness and ambivalence. So he began constructing a character. He first imagined her face, and then designed her clothes, and then thought of her environment and the people around her, and finally placed her in that environment and had her move about and speak, letting her live. But this soon turned tedious, and he told Bai Zhong about the difficulties he had encountered. She's like a puppet on a string. Every word and action arises from the design, but lacks the spark of life. She said, "Your approach is wrong. You're writing an essay rather than creating a literary figure. What a literary character does in 10 minutes might be a reflection of 10 years' experience. You can't be limited to the plot of a novel. You've got to imagine her entire life, and what actually gets put into words is just the tip of the iceberg." So he followed her advice. He threw out everything he wanted to write, and instead imagined the character's entire life and every detail of it. He imagined her nursing at her mother's breast, her tiny mouth sucking energetically and burbling with satisfaction, chasing a red balloon tumbling down the street, but making it just one step before falling to the ground, wailing as she watched the balloon drift away without realizing that she had just taken her first step. Walking in the rain and impulsively folding up her umbrella to feel the raindrops. Her first day at elementary school, sitting alone in a strange classroom, unable to see her parents through the windows or door, and nearly starting to cry, only to realize that her best friend from kindergarten was at a nearby desk, and crying in joy instead. Her first night at college, lying on her dorm bunk and watching the shadows of trees thrown by street lamps onto the ceiling. He imagined every one of her favorite foods, the color and style of every item of clothing in her dresser, the decorations on her mobile phone, the books she read, the music on her media player, the websites she visited, the movies she liked, but never her makeup, because she didn't need makeup. Like a creator outside of time, he wove the different stages of her life together and gradually came to discover the endless pleasure of creation. One day at the library, he imagined her standing by a row of shelves, reading. He put her in his favorite outfit, so her petite form would stand out more vividly in his mind. Suddenly, she looked up from the book and over at him, and flashed him a smile. He was taken aback. Had he told her to smile? The smile had already imprinted itself on his memory, like a stain on ice, never to be wiped away. The real turning point came the following night. The snow and wind picked up, temperatures plummeted, and he watched from the warmth of his dorm the bluster that blanketed the other sounds of the city, the buffeting of the snowflakes on the window like the patter of sand. A huge carpet of snow covered everything outdoors. The city seemed to no longer exist, leaving the faculty dormitory standing on an infinite snowy plain. He went back to bed, but before he drifted off to sleep, he had a sudden thought. If she were outside in this awful weather, she would be terribly cold. Then he reminded himself, it doesn't matter. She won't be outside unless you put her there. But this time his imagination failed, and she continued walking outside in the blizzard like a blade of grass that could blow away at any moment. She still wore that white coat and that red scarf, which was all he could make out, vaguely, through the swirling snow, like a tiny flame fighting against the storm. It was impossible for him to sleep. He sat up in his bed, then threw on some clothes and sat on the sofa. He wondered if he should have a smoke, but remembering that she detested the smell, instead made a cup of coffee and drank it slowly. He had to wait for her. The blizzard and the cold night weighed on his heart. This was the first time he had felt such heartache for someone, or such yearning. As his mind was sputtering to life, she came quietly, her small frame wrapped in a layer of cold from the outdoors, but with a breath of spring amid the chilliness. The snowflakes in her hair quickly melted into gleaming droplets as she unwrapped her scarf and put her hands to her mouth to blow on them. He folded her hands in his to warm the icy softness, and she looked at him with excitement and asked the question he was about to ask her. "Are you okay?" He could only nod dumbly. Then, as he helped her out of her coat, he said, "Come and get warm." He rubbed her soft shoulders and guided her to the fireplace. "It's really warm. Wonderful." She sat on the rug in front of the fireplace, laughing happily as she watched the firelight. "Damn it! What's wrong with me?" he said to himself in the middle of the empty room. Wouldn't it be enough to just come up with any 50,000 words, print them on high-grade bond, Photoshop a gorgeous cover and flap, have it professionally bound, have it gift-wrapped, and then give it to Bai Rong on her birthday? Why had he fallen so deep into this trap? He was amazed to find that he had tears in his eyes. And then another realization. A fireplace? When the hell did I get a fireplace? Why would I think of a fireplace? But then he understood. What he wanted wasn't a fireplace, but the glow of the fire. For it is in firelight that a woman is most beautiful. He recalled how she had looked just then against the glow of the fire. No, don't think about her. It will be a disaster. Go to sleep. Contrary to his expectations, he did not dream of her the entire night. He slept well, imagining the single bed as a small boat floating on a rosy sea. When he awoke the next morning, he felt reborn, like he was a candle that had been covered in dust for years before being lit by that tiny flame in last night's snowstorm. He walked excitedly down the road to the classroom building, and though the air was hazy after the snowfall, he felt like he could see 1,000 miles. There was no snow on the poplar trees lining the road, their bare branches poking up toward the cold sky. But to him, they were more alive than in springtime. He took the podium, and just as he had hoped, there she was again, seated in the back of the amphitheater, the only one in an empty row, at a distance from the other students. Her pure white coat and red scarf were on the seat beside her, and she was wearing a beige turtleneck sweater. She did not have her head down, flipping pages in her textbook like the other students. Instead, she watched him and flashed him another snowy sunrise of a smile. He grew nervous, his pulse increased, and he had to leave through a side door to stand on the balcony and calm himself in the cold air. The only other times he had been in a similar state were during his 2 doctoral thesis defenses. In his lecture, he did his utmost to show off, and his extensive citations and impassioned language won a rare burst of applause from the auditorium. She didn't join in, but merely smiled at him and nodded. After class, he walked side by side with her along the tree-lined avenue that offered no shade, listening to the crunch of her blue boots in the snow. The 2 lines of winter poplars listened in silence to their heartfelt conversation. "You lecture quite well, but I really didn't understand." "You're not in this major, are you?" "No, I'm not." "Do you often sit in on classes in other majors?" "Only the past few days.
I'll go into a lecture hall at random and sit for a while. I just graduated and will be leaving soon. I suddenly realized that it's great here, and I'm afraid of the outside.
Over the next 3 or 4 days, he spent the majority of his time with her, although to others, it looked as if he was spending most of his time alone, strolling on his own. It was quite easy to explain to Bai Rong. He was thinking about her birthday gift. And indeed, this was no lie. On New Year's Eve, he bought a bottle of red wine, which he had never drunk before, returned to his dorm room, shut off the light, and lit some candles on the table next to the sofa. When all 3 candles were burning, she sat down wordlessly next to him.
"Oh, look!"
she exclaimed, pointing at the wine bottle with childlike excitement.
"What?" "Look at it from here, where the candles shine through. The wine is lovely."
Shining through the wine, the candlelight was a deep, crystalline red, the stuff of dreams. "Like a dead sun," he said.
"Don't think like that,"
she said, with a sincerity that melted his heart.
"I think it's like the eyes of twilight."
"Why not the eyes of dawn?"
"I like twilight better.
"Why?"
When twilight fades, you can see the stars. When dawn fades, all that's left is..."
"All that's left is the harsh light of reality."
"Yes, that's right."
They spoke about everything, sharing a common language in even the most trivial of things, until the bottle that had contained the eyes of twilight had been emptied into his stomach. He lay drowsily in bed and watched the candles still burning on the table. She had vanished from the candlelight, but he was not worried. So long as he was willing, she could reappear at any time. Then there was a knock on the door. He knew the knock came from reality and had nothing to do with her, so he ignored it. The door opened, and Bai Rong entered. When she turned on the light, it was like switching on the gray of reality. She glanced at the table with the candles, then sat down at the head of his bed and sighed lightly.
"It's still okay."
"What is?" He used a hand to block the harsh light.
"You haven't gotten to the point of leaving a glass for her, too."
He covered his eyes but said nothing. She pulled away his hands, and then, looking straight at him, asked,
"She's alive, isn't she?"
He nodded and sat up. "Rong, I used to think that a character in a novel was controlled by her creator, that she would be whatever the author wanted her to be, and do whatever the author wanted her to do, like God does for us."
"Wrong,"
she said, standing up and beginning to pace the room.
"Now you realize you were wrong. This is the difference between an ordinary scribe and a literary writer. The highest level of literary creation is when the characters in a novel possess life in the mind of the writer. The writer is unable to control them, and might not even be able to predict the next action they will take. We can only follow them and wonder, to observe and record the minute details of their lives, like a voyeur. That's how a classic is made."
So literature, it turns out, is a perverted endeavor.
It was like that for Shakespeare and Balzac and Tolstoy, at least. The classic images they created were born from their mental wombs. But today's practitioners of literature have lost that creativity. Their minds give birth only to shattered fragments and freaks, whose brief lives are nothing but cryptic spasms, devoid of reason. Then they sweep up these fragments into a bag they peddle under the label postmodern or deconstructionist or symbolism or irrational.
So you mean that I've become a writer of classic literature?
Hardly. Your mind is only gestating an image, and it's the easiest one of all. The minds of those classic authors gave birth to hundreds and thousands of figures. They formed the picture of an era, and that's something that only a superhuman can accomplish. But what you've done isn't easy. I didn't think you'd be able to do it.
Have you ever done it?
Just once,
she said simply, and dropped the subject. She grabbed his neck and said,
"Forget it. I don't want that birthday present anymore. Come back to a normal life, okay?"
"And if all this continues, what then?" She studied him for a few seconds, then let go of him and shook her head with a smile.
I knew it was too late.
Picking up her bag from the bed, she left. Then he heard people outside counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. From the classroom building, which until then had been resounding with music, came peals of laughter. On the athletic field, people lit fireworks. Looking at his watch, he saw that the final second of that year had just passed. "It's a holiday tomorrow. Where should we go?" he asked. He lay on the bed, but knew his character had already appeared beside the non-existent fireplace.
"You're not taking her?"
she asked in all innocence, pointing toward the still open door. "No, just the two of us. Where would you like to go?" She drank in the dancing flames in the fireplace and said,
"It's not important where we go. I think it's a wonderful feeling just being on a journey."
"Then we'll set out and see where we end up?"
"Excellent."
The next morning, he drove his Accord off campus and headed west, a direction he chose purely because it avoided the headaches of having to traverse the entire city. He felt for the first time the wonderful freedom of traveling with no destination in mind. As the buildings outside slowly thinned out and fields began to appear, he cracked his window to let the cold winter air in. He sensed her long hair catching the wind, and strands of it blew over to tickle his right temple.
"Look, mountains,"
she pointed off in the distance. "Visibility is good today. Those are the Tai Hong Mountains. They run parallel to this road, and then bend around to form a block in the west, where the road goes into them. I'd say that right now we're—"
No, don't say where we are. Once we know where we are, then the world becomes as narrow as a map. When we don't know, the world feels unlimited."
"Okay, then let's do our best to get lost." He turned onto an emptier road, and before they had gone very far, turned a second time. On both sides of them were now endless fields where the snow had not yet melted completely, the snowy patches and snow-free ground roughly equal. No green anywhere, although the sunlight was brilliant. "A classic northern scene," he said.
"This is the first time I've ever felt that land without the slightest bit of green could be beautiful."
"The green is buried in the fields and is waiting for springtime. The winter wheat will sprout while it's still very cold. Then this will be a sea of green. Imagine all this expanse."
"It doesn't need green. It's beautiful right now. Look, doesn't the land look like a big milk cow asleep under the sun?"
"What?" He looked in surprise, first at her, and then through the windows at the patchy snow on either side of the car. "Oh, there really is a resemblance. So, what's your favorite season?"
"Autumn."
"Why not spring?"
"Spring has so many sensations squashed together. It gets tiring. Autumn is better."
He stopped the car and went out with her to the edge of the field to look at the magpies, which foraged on the ground until they got quite close, at which point they flew off to some trees in the distance. Then they went down a riverbed that was practically dried up, with only a thin stream of water flowing down the center. But it was a northern river all the same, and so they picked up small, chilly, smooth stones from the riverbed
and pitched them in, watching the cloudy yellow water gush out of the holes they broke in the thin ice. They passed a small town and spent a while at the market there. She knelt down by a goldfish vendor, the fish in their glass bowls like liquid flames under the sun, and wouldn't leave. He bought her two and put them, water and all, in plastic bags on the back seat of the car. They entered a hamlet, but found nothing that felt like the countryside. The houses and compounds were brand new. Cars were parked outside of many of the gates. The cement roads were wide, and people were dressed no differently than in the cities. A few girls were even stylish. Even the dogs were the same long-haired, short-legged parasites found in the cities. More interesting was the large stage at the entrance to the village. They marveled at how such a small village could have such an immense stage. It was empty, so with some effort he climbed up and, looking down at his lone audience member, sang a verse from Tonkaya Ribina about the slender hawthorn tree. At noon, they ate in another town, where the food was more or less the same as in the city, only the portions were about twice as large. After lunch, they sat drowsily in the warmth of the sun on a bench outside the town hall, and then drove onward with no direction in mind. Before they knew it, the road had entered the mountains, which were plain and ordinary in shape, and devoid of vegetation, apart from withered grasses and vitex vines in the crevices of the gray rocks. Over the course of hundreds of millions of years, the mountains, weary of standing, had lain down, sunken into flatness amid time and sunlight, and turned anyone walking among them just as indolent.
"The mountains here are like old villagers basking in the sun,"
she said, but they hadn't seen any of those old men in the villages they passed through, none more at ease than the mountains. More than once their car had been stopped by a flock of sheep crossing the road. Beside the road, there at last appeared the kind of villages they had imagined, with cave houses and persimmon and walnut trees and stone-tiled low buildings, roofs piled high with stripped corn cob. Even the dogs were larger and more fierce. They started and stopped as they went through the mountains, and before they knew it, the entire afternoon was spent. The sun was setting, and the road had entered the shadows long ago. He drove along a dirt road pitted with potholes up onto a high ridge where the sun still shone, and they decided that this would be the terminus of their journey. They would watch the sun set and then head back. Her long hair blew in the light evening breeze, seemingly striving to seize hold of the last golden rays. They had only just turned onto the highway when the car broke down. The rear axle had broken, meaning they had to call for help. A while later, he was able to learn the name of the place from the driver of a small passing truck. He was comforted by the fact that his phone had a signal. When he gave his location to the person at the repair station, he was informed that the repair truck would take at least 4 or 5 hours to get there. The mountain air chilled quickly after sunset. After their surroundings began to grow dusky, he collected some corn stalks from a nearby terraced field and started a fire.
"Nice and warm,"
she said, gazing into the fire, as happy as she had been that first night in front of the fireplace. Again, he was transfixed by her appearance in the firelight, drowned in emotions he had never felt before, as if he was a bonfire himself, and the only purpose of his existence was to give her warmth.
"Are there wolves?"
she asked, looking around at the growing darkness. "No. Northern China is still in the interior. It just looks desolate, but it's actually one of the most densely populated regions. Look at the road. A car drives past every 2 minutes on average."
"I was hoping you'd say there were wolves,"
she said with a sweet smile, then looked off at the cloud of sparks flying off like stars into the night. "Okay, there are wolves, but I'm right here." They said nothing more, but sat silently before the fire, occasionally feeding it another bunch of straw. Later, he didn't know how much later, his phone rang. Bai Rong.
"Are you with her?"
She asked gently. "No, I'm alone," he said as he looked up. He wasn't lying. He truly was by himself, next to a bonfire along a road in the Taihang Mountains. The firelight revealed stones around him, and overhead was only a starry sky.
"I know you're alone. But are you with her?"
He paused and softly said, "Yes." And when he looked beside him, there she was, feeding straw into the fire and smiling at the flames that lit up the area where they sat.
"Now do you believe that the love I write about in my novels really exists?"
"Yes, I believe it." When he said those 4 words, he immediately realized how great the distance between the two of them really was. They were silent for a long time, during which radio waves spun their gossamer strands through the mountains to sustain this final contact. "You have one of your own, don't you?" he asked.
"Yes, for a long time."
"Where is he now?" He could hear her laugh softly.
"Where else would he be?"
He laughed too. "Yes, where else?"
"Well, take it easy. Goodbye."
Bai Rong hung up, snapping the thread that stretched across the night sky, and leaving the 2 people at the 2 ends a little saddened, but nothing more than that. "It's too cold outdoors. Let's sleep in the car," he said to her. She gently shook her head.
"I want to be with you here. You like me by the fire, right?"
It was midnight by the time the repair truck arrived from Shijiazhuang. The repairmen were surprised to find him sitting beside a fire.
Sir, you've got to be freezing. The engine's not busted. Wouldn't it be warmer to sit in the car with the heat turned on?"
After the car was repaired, Luoji dashed home through the night, out of the mountains and back onto the plain, reaching Shijiazhuang by dawn. It was already 10 in the morning by the time he got back to Beijing. Rather than returning to school, he drove straight to the psychologist.
"You may need a bit of adjustment, but it's nothing serious,"
the doctor said after listening to his lengthy narrative. "Nothing serious?" Luoji opened his bloodshot eyes wide. "I'm madly in love with a fictional person from a novel of my own creation. I've been with her, I've traveled with her, and I've even broken up my real-life girlfriend over her. Is that nothing serious to you?" The doctor smiled tolerantly. "Don't you get it? I've given my most profound love to an illusion."
"Are you under the impression that the object of everyone else's love actually exists?"
"Is that even a question?"
"Sure. For the majority of people, what they love exists only in the imagination. The object of their love is not the man or woman of reality, but what he or she is like in their imagination. The person in reality is just a template used for the creation of this dream lover. Eventually, they find out the differences between their dream lover and the template. If they can get used to those differences, then they can be together. If not, they split up. It's as simple as that. You differ from the majority in one respect. You didn't need a template."
"So this isn't a sickness?"
"Only in the way your girlfriend pointed out. You've got natural literary talent. If you want to call that a sickness, go right ahead."
"But isn't imagining to this degree a little excessive?"
"There's nothing excessive about imagination, especially where love is concerned."
"So what should I do? How can I forget about her?"
"It's impossible. You can't forget her, so don't make the effort. That will only lead to side effects, and maybe even mental disorders. Let nature take its course. Once more, for emphasis, don't try to forget about her. It won't work. But as time passes, her influence on your life will decrease. And you're actually quite lucky. Whether or not she really exists, you're fortunate to be in love.
This was Luoji's most deeply felt romantic experience, a love that only comes around once in a man's life. After that, he took to an insouciant lifestyle, going where life took him, just like the day they had set out in the Accord. And like the psychologist had said, her influence in his life decreased. When he was with a real woman, she didn't appear, and eventually, she rarely appeared even when he was alone. But he knew that the most secluded part of his soul belonged to her, and she would be there for life. He even saw clearly the world she inhabited, a still snowscape where the sky was forever graced with silver stars and a crescent moon, the snow falling steadily. In the silence, you could practically hear the snowflakes coming to rest on the ground, like smooth white sugar. In her exquisite cabin in the snow, the Eve that Luoji had formed out of one of his mind's ribs sat before an ancient fireplace, quietly watching the dancing flames. Now that he was alone on this ominous plane flight, he wanted to have her companionship, to guess with her what lay at the journey's end. But she didn't appear. He could still see her in a far-off region of his soul, sitting silently before the fireplace, never feeling lonely, because she knew her world was within him. Luoji reached out a hand to the medicine bottle by the bed, with the thought of using a sleeping pill to force himself to sleep. But the instant his fingers touched the bottle, it flew off the cabinet and up to the ceiling, as did the clothing that he had flung onto the chair. They remained on the ceiling for a couple seconds. He felt himself leave the bed, but since the sleeping bag was attached, he didn't fly away, and when the bottle landed, he fell heavily back into the bed. For a few seconds, his body felt like it was being pressed down by a heavy object, and he couldn't move. The sudden weightlessness and hypergravitation made him dizzy, a condition that continued for less than 10 seconds before everything returned to normal. He heard the soft swish of footsteps on the carpet outside the door. A number of people were in motion, and then the door opened and Shi Qiang poked his head in. "Luoji, are you okay?" When Luoji said he was fine, he closed the door without coming in. Outside, a dialogue continued in low voices. "It looks like a misunderstanding during the escort change. Nothing to worry about." "What did the higher-ups say on the call earlier?" That was Shi Qiang's voice. "They said that the escort formation would require a mid-air refueling in half an hour, and that we shouldn't be alarmed. The plan doesn't mention this interruption, does it?" "Not even close. In the chaos just now, 7 of the escort planes jettisoned their secondary fuel tanks." "Why all the jumpiness?" "Forget it. You should go back to sleep. Don't get too worked up." "How are we supposed to sleep in a state like this?" "Leave someone on watch. What good are you if you're tired out? They may try to keep us on high alert all the time, but I maintain my own opinion of security work. When you've thought of everything you should and done everything you need to, then let whatever happens happen. There's nothing more anyone can do, you know? Don't psych yourselves out." At the mention of escort change, Luoji reached over, opened the cover to the window, and looked outside. There was still a sea of clouds in the night sky. The moon was inclining toward the horizon, and he could see the trails of the fighter formation, now with an additional 6 lines. He inspected the tiny aircraft heading up those trails, and noticed that they were a different model than the 4 he'd seen earlier. The bedroom door opened, and Shi Qiang poked his torso in to say, "Luo, my man, just a small issue. Don't worry. Nothing else from now on.
Go back to sleep." "There's still time to sleep? How many hours have we been flying?" "We've still got a few more hours. Go to sleep." He closed the door and left. Luoji turned over in the bed and picked up the pill bottle. Shi had been thorough. It contained just one pill. He took it, looked at the small red light beneath the window, imagining it was the light of a fireplace, and drifted off to sleep. When Shi Qiang woke Luoji up, he had been sleeping dream-free for more than 6 hours and was feeling pretty good. "We're nearly there. Get up and get ready." Luoji went to the washroom to wash up, and when he returned to the office for a simple breakfast, he became aware of the plane's descent. 10 minutes later, after a flight of 15 hours, the charter plane was resting on the ground. Shi Qiang had Luoji wait in the office and went out himself. He brought back a man with a European face who was tall and immaculately dressed, and who seemed like a high-level official. "Is this Dr. Luo?" the official ventured as he looked at him. Noticing Shi Qiang's difficulty with English, he repeated his question in Chinese. "He's Luoji," answered Shi Qiang, and then briefly introduced the man to Luoji. "This is Mr. Kent. He's here to welcome you." "I am honored," Kent said with a bow. When they shook hands, Luoji sensed that the man was incredibly experienced. So much was hidden behind his decorum, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed the presence of secrets. Luoji was fascinated by the man's gaze, like a devil and an angel, like an atom bomb and an identical-size precious stone. In the complex information conveyed by those eyes, Luoji could make out just one thing. This moment was immensely important to the man's whole life. Kent turned to Shi Qiang. "You've done very well. Your segment was the most cleanly done. The others had a bit of trouble on their way over. We listened to our superiors. The principle we observed was to minimize the total number of stages," Shi Qiang said. "Absolutely correct. In the present circumstances, minimizing the stages makes for maximum security. And now we'll follow the same principle and head straight for the conference hall." "When does the session start?" "In 1 hour. We've cut it that close?" "The start of the session is set by the arrival of the final candidate." "That's pretty good. Shall we hand off then?" "No. You are still responsible for the security of this one. Like I said before, you are the best." Shi Qiang was silent for a second or two as he looked at Luoji. Then he nodded. "As we've been getting acquainted with the situation over the past few days, our people have run into quite a few obstacles." "I guarantee that nothing of the sort will happen from now on. You have the full cooperation of the local police and military." "Well then," Kent said, looking at the two men, "we can set off." It was still nighttime, Luoji realized as he stepped through the door of the aircraft. Thinking back to their takeoff time, he had a pretty good idea of which general area of the globe they were in. The fog was thick, and the lights shone a dim yellow as events from their takeoff seemed to be replaying before their eyes. The patrol helicopters in the air, only dimly visible through the fog as shadows with glowing lights. The plane quickly surrounded by a ring of military vehicles and outward-facing soldiers, and several officers with radios clustered in a group discussing something and occasionally throwing a glance in the direction of the air stair. A buzzing from somewhere overhead set Luoji's scalp on fire, and even the imperturbable Mr. Kent covered his ears. Looking up, they could see an indistinct light flying low overhead. The escort formation, still circling above them, its exhaust tracing a large circle in the air that was hazily visible through the fog, as if a cosmic giant had tagged the earth with chalk at this very spot. The four of them boarded an obviously bulletproofed car waiting at the end of the air stair and sped off. The window curtains were drawn, but judging from the light that came in, Luoji knew that they were smack in the middle of a convoy. Silence reigned on the ride, a road to the ultimate unknown. Although it took only 40 minutes, this part of the journey felt terribly long. When Kent said they had arrived, Luoji could make out a shape through the curtains, backlit by the even light from the building to its rear that cast its silhouette onto the curtain. He could never mistake such a distinctive shape. A giant revolver with a knot tied in its barrel. Luoji knew exactly where he was. The United Nations building in New York. He was surrounded as soon as he got out by people who seemed like security personnel. They were tall, and many of them wore dark glasses despite the night. He couldn't make out his surroundings, but was pushed forward by the cluster, squeezed with such force that his feet practically left the ground, the scraping of footsteps the only sound that broke the silence. Just as the bizarre tension had pushed him almost to the breaking point, the men in front of him gave way. Light flashed before his eyes, and then the rest of them halted in their steps, leaving him, Shi Qiang, and Kent to continue forward. They were walking in a large, quiet hall, empty but for a few black-clothed guards who spoke quietly into a handheld radio each time the three of them passed one of them. They crossed a hanging balcony in the direction of a stained glass panel, whose riot of colors and intricate lines described the distorted shapes of humans and animals. Turning left, they entered a small room. After the door closed, Kent and Shi Qiang exchanged a smile, and a look of relief came over them. Luoji glanced around him and discovered that the room was fairly peculiar. The wall at one end was entirely covered by an abstract painting made up of yellow, white, blue, and black geometric shapes, which overlapped randomly and seemed suspended atop an ocean of pure blue. But the strangest thing was the large stone in the shape of a rectangular prism sitting right in the center of the room and illuminated by several weak lamps. A closer look revealed that the stone bore rust lines. The abstract painting and the stone were the only furnishings, and apart from them, the room was empty. "Dr. Luo, do you need to change clothes?" Kent asked in English. "What's he saying?" Shi Qiang asked, and when Luoji translated, he shook his head firmly. "No, just wear this." "But this is a formal occasion." Kent struggled out in Chinese. "No," said Shi Qiang, with another shake of his head. "The hall is only open to national representatives, not the media. It should be fairly secure." "I said no. If I've understood correctly, I'm in charge of his safety now." Kent relented. "Very well. It's not a big issue." "You really should give him a general explanation," Shi Qiang said, jerking his head in Luoji's direction. "I'm not authorized to explain anything." "Just say anything," Shi Qiang said with a laugh. Kent turned toward Luoji, his dignified face suddenly tense, and subconsciously adjusted his tie. Luoji then realized that he had been avoiding looking directly at him. He also noticed that Shi Qiang seemed like a different person. The ever-present smirk was gone, replaced by a solemn expression, and he looked at Kent in a rare posture of attention. Then Luoji knew that everything Shi Qiang had said to him before was correct. He really had no idea of the purpose of the visit. Kent said, "Dr. Luo, all I can tell you is this. You are about to take part in an important meeting, at which there will be an important announcement. And at this meeting, you do not need to do anything." Then they were silent. The room was completely quiet. Luoji could clearly hear the beating of his heart. This, he realized, was the meditation room. The centerpiece was a 6-ton rock made of the purest raw iron, symbolizing timelessness and strength. It had been a gift from Sweden. But right now, far from wanting to meditate, he tried as hard as possible to think of nothing, convinced of what Shi had said. Any thinking is liable to go off the rails. He counted the shapes in the painting. The door opened, and the head that poked in signaled to Kent, who then returned to Luoji and Shi Qiang. "Time to go in. No one knows Dr. Luo, so there won't be any disruption if he and I go in together." Shi Qiang nodded, then waved a hand at Luoji with a smile. "I'll wait for you outside." It warmed his heart. Right then, Shi Qiang was his sole spiritual support. Then he followed Kent out of the meditation room and into the United Nations General Assembly Hall. The hall was full, and the people seated in it buzzed with conversation. He didn't attract attention at first when Kent led him up along the aisle, but heads began to turn once they got close to the front. Depositing him in an aisle seat in the 5th row, Kent went on ahead and sat down in the 2nd row. Luoji looked around him at the place he had seen countless times on television. Based on these glimpses, he had been wholly unable to appreciate the meaning the building's architects wanted to express. Straight ahead of him, the tall yellow wall inset with the UN insignia that served as a backdrop for the podium was tilted forward at an acute angle, like a cliff face that was liable to collapse at any time. The dome, built to resemble a starry sky, was structurally separate from the yellow wall and did nothing to stabilize it, acting instead as an immense weight bearing down from above, adding to the wall's instability and lending the whole environment the overpowering feeling of being ready to tumble down at any moment. Under the present circumstances, however, it seemed as if the 11 architects who had designed the building in the mid-20th century had wonderfully predicted humanity's present predicament. Turning his attention away from the distant wall, he heard two people talking next to him. He couldn't make out their nationality, but they were speaking idiomatic English.
"Do you really believe in the decisive role of the individual in history?"
"Well, I think it's a question that can't be proven or disproven, unless we restart time, kill off a few great men, and see how history proceeds. Of course, you can't rule out the possibility that the course of history was determined by the rivers carved out and dammed up by those great figures."
"But there is another possibility. Those great figures of yours might be no more than swimmers in history's river. They may have left their names in history because of the world records they set and the praise and renown they won, but they had no effect on river's flow. With things the way they are, what's the point of thinking about all that?"
"The problem is that throughout the entire decision-making process, no one thought about issues on this level. The countries are all tangled up in stuff like candidate equality and resource rights." The hall grew quiet as Secretary General Say walked to the podium. The administration of this Filipino politician had straddled the pre- and post-crisis eras. If the vote had come just a little bit later, she never would have been elected, because a refined Asian lady didn't project the sense of power the world was looking for in the face of the tri-solar crisis. Now her small frame seemed tiny and helpless against the sloping cliff wall. As she was ascending the podium, Kent stopped her and whispered something in her ear. She looked down, nodded, and then continued walking. Luoji was certain that the Secretary General had looked in the direction of his seat. On the rostrum, she surveyed the assembly, and then said,
"The 19th meeting of the Planetary Defense Council has arrived at the final item on its agenda: the disclosure of the wall-facer candidates and the announcement of the start of the wall-facer project. Before we move on to that agenda item, I believe it is necessary to take a brief look back at the wall-facer project. At the start of the tri-solar crisis, the permanent members of the former Security Council held emergency negotiations and conceived the wall-facer project. The countries took note of the following facts. After the first two sophons appeared, burgeoning evidence demonstrated that additional sophons were constantly reaching the solar system and coming to Earth, a process that continues even now. Therefore, as far as the enemy is concerned, the Earth is a completely transparent world. To them, everything is an open book, one they can read at any time. Humanity has no secrets at all. The international community has recently launched a mainstream defense program, which, in both overall strategic thinking and the tiniest of technological and military details, is completely exposed to the enemy's eyes. Every meeting room, every file cabinet, the hard drives and memory of every computer. There is nowhere the Sophons do not see. Every plan, program, and deployment, no matter the size, will be visible to the enemy command 4 light-years away, the moment they take shape on the Earth. Human communication in any form will result in leaks. We should be aware of this one fact. Strategic and tactical tricks do not advance in proportion to technological progress. Precise intelligence has proven that the Trisolarans communicate through direct, open thoughts, making them highly deficient at tricks, camouflage, and deception, and giving human civilization a huge advantage over the enemy. This is one advantage we can't afford to lose. The founders of the Wallfacer project believe that a number of other strategic plans should proceed in parallel to the mainstream defense program, and that these plans should be secret, not transparent to the enemy. A number of proposals were put forward, but ultimately only the Wallfacer project is feasible. One correction to what I just said. Humanity still has secrets in the inner world that each of us possesses. The Sophons can understand human language, and they can read printed texts and information on every kind of computer storage media at ultra-high speeds, but they can't read human thoughts. So long as we do not communicate with the outside world, every individual keeps things secret forever from the Sophons. This is the basis of the Wallfacer project. At its heart, the project consists of selecting a group of people to formulate and direct strategic plans. They will develop their plans entirely in their own minds, with no communication of any kind with the outside world. The true strategy of these plans, the necessary steps for completion, and the ultimate aims will remain hidden inside the brain. We shall call them the Wallfacers, because that ancient Eastern name for meditators mirrors the unique characteristics of their work. As they direct the execution of their strategic plans, the thoughts and behaviors these Wallfacers present to the outside world will be entirely false, a carefully crafted mélange of disguise, misdirection, and deception. The subject of this misdirection and deception will be the entire world, both enemy and ally, until a huge, bewildering maze of illusions is erected to make the enemy lose its judgment, and to delay as long as possible the moment it works out our true strategic intent. These Wallfacers will be granted extensive powers that will enable them to mobilize and exploit a portion of Earth's existing military resources. As they carry out their strategic plans, the Wallfacers need not make any explanation for their actions and commands, regardless of how incomprehensible their behavior may be. Monitoring and control of the Wallfacer activity will be undertaken by the UN Planetary Defense Council, the sole institution granted the authority to veto Wallfacer commands under the UN Wallfacer Act. To guarantee the continuity of the Wallfacer project, the Wallfacers will take advantage of hibernation technology to bridge the centuries to the doomsday battle. When and under what circumstances they will awaken, and for how long, will be decided by the Wallfacers themselves. Over the next 4 centuries, the UN Wallfacer Act will exist under international law on a level equal to the UN Charter, and will act in concert with the national laws to guarantee the execution of the Wallfacers' strategic plans. The Wallfacers are undertaking the most difficult mission in human history. They will truly be on their own, their souls closed off to the world, to the entire universe. Their only communication partner and sole spiritual support will be themselves. shouldering this great responsibility, they will pass through the long years alone. So let me speak for all humanity and offer them our deepest respect. Now, on behalf of the United Nations, I will announce the final 4 wall-facer candidates as chosen by the UN Planetary Defense Council.
Luoji, like the entire assembly, had been listening to the Secretary-General's speech with rapt attention, and he held his breath for the announcement of the list of names. He wanted to find out what sort of person would be tasked with this unimaginable mission. His own fate was completely forgotten for the time being, because nothing that could happen to him would amount to more than a speck when measured against this historic moment.
The first wall-facer, Frederick Tyler.
When the Secretary-General uttered his name, Tyler stood up from his seat in the first row and walked with deliberate steps up to the rostrum, where he looked down at the assembly without expression. There was no applause, as everyone sat in silence and stared at the first wall-facer. Tyler's tall, thin body and square-framed glasses were well known across the world. The recently retired U.S. Secretary of Defense, he had exerted a deep influence on his country's national strategy. His ideological focus was expressed in a book titled The Truth of Technology, in which he argued that small countries are the ultimate beneficiaries of technology, and that the unstinting efforts toward technological development on the part of larger countries was in fact paving the way for world dominance by the smaller ones. This was because technological progress rendered the population and resource advantages of larger countries unimportant, but provided small countries with leverage to move the world. One consequence of nuclear technology was that it allowed a country of just a few million people to pose a substantial threat to one with 100 million, something that at one time had been practically impossible. One of his key points was that the advantages of a large country were only truly advantageous in low-technology eras and would ultimately be weakened by the swift pace of technological progress, which would meanwhile enhance the strategic weight of small countries. Some might experience a sudden rise, gaining world dominance like Spain and Portugal once did. There was no question that Tyler's thinking provided a theoretic foundation for the United States' global war on terror. But he was not just a strategist. He was also a man of action, and on multiple occasions had won popular acclaim for demonstrating courage and foresight in the face of major threats. Hence, as far as both the depth of his thinking and his leadership were concerned, Tyler made a worthy wall-facer.
The second wall-facer, Manuel Rey Diaz.
When this brown-skinned, stocky South American with a stubborn look in his eyes ascended the rostrum, Luoji was surprised. It was highly unusual for this man to even appear at the UN. But on second thought, it stood to reason. He even wondered why it hadn't already occurred to him. Rey Diaz was the current president of Venezuela, which, under his leadership, had aptly demonstrated Tyler's theory about the rise of small countries. As a successor to Hugo Chavez, he continued his predecessor's Bolivarian revolution. In a contemporary world ruled by capitalism and market economics, he promoted in Venezuela what Chavez called socialism of the 21st century, founded on lessons drawn from the experience of the international socialist movements of the previous century. Surprisingly, he had achieved considerable success, boosting the country's power across the board, and, for a time, turning Venezuela into a city on a hill, a symbol of equality, justice, and prosperity for the world. The other countries in South America followed suit, and socialism briefly caught fire on the continent. Rey Diaz inherited not only Chavez's socialist ideology, but his strong anti-Americanism, which reminded the United States that its Latin American backyard could become a second Soviet Union if left unchecked.
A rare opportunity presented by an accident and a misunderstanding gave the United States the excuse to launch a full-scale invasion of Venezuela that sought to overthrow the Rey Diaz government along the Iraq model. But with this war, the post-Cold War streak of victories by major Western powers over Third World countries had finally broken. When the U.S. Army entered Venezuela, it discovered that the uniformed military was nowhere to be found. The entire army had been divided by squad into guerrilla teams concealed among the people, and their sole combat objective was killing the enemy's vital forces. Rey Diaz's basic approach to warfare was built atop a single, clear idea. Modern high-tech weapons might be useful against point targets, but for area targets, their performance is no better than conventional weapons, and their cost and limited quantity make them essentially non-factors. He was a genius at low-cost, high-tech exploits. At the turn of the century, an Australian engineer had built a cruise missile for $5,000 with the aim of boosting vigilance against terrorists. But in Rey Diaz's hands, his thousands of guerrilla teams were armed with a total of 200,000 of them, mass-produced for just $3,000 apiece. Although the missiles were made out of parts that were cheap and widely available on the market, they were fully equipped with a radar altimeter and GPS and could hit targets within a 5-kilometer radius at an accuracy of within 5 meters. Their hit rate may have been less than 10% during the war, but they caused enormous destruction to the enemy. Other mass-produced high-tech gadgets, like proximity-fused sniper rifle bullets, had a similarly brilliant track record during the war. During its short time in Venezuela, the U.S. Army suffered casualties that approached Vietnam War levels, and it eventually had to withdraw. The defeat of the strong at the hands of the weak made Rey Diaz a hero for the 21st century.
The third wall facer. Bill Hines.
A debonair Englishman ascended the rostrum, a picture of refinement next to Tyler's coldness and Rey Diaz's stubbornness. He gave the assembly a graceful salute. He, too, was well known to the world, although he lacked the aura of the other two men. Hines's life was split into two entirely distinct stages. As a scientist, he was the only person in history to be nominated for the Nobel Prize in two sciences simultaneously for the same discovery. During research conducted with the neuroscientist Keiko Yamasuke, he discovered that brain activity for thoughts and memories operated on the quantum level rather than on the molecular level as previously believed. This discovery pushed brain mechanisms downward to the microstate of matter, rendering all prior research nothing more than superficial attempts that merely skimmed the surface of neuroscience. This discovery also demonstrated that the animal brain's capacity to process information was several orders of magnitude higher than previously imagined, which lent credence to long-held speculation that the brain had a holographic structure. Hines was nominated for Nobel Prizes in both physics and physiology or medicine for the discovery. Although his work was too radical for him to win either award, Keiko Yamasuke, who by this time was his wife, won the prize in physiology or medicine that year for her application of the theory to the treatment of amnesia and mental illness. In the second stage of his life, he was a politician and served as president of the EU for 2 years. Hines was recognized as a prudent and experienced politician, but his term in office was not marked by many challenges that tested his political skills. The nature of the EU's work at the time, which was largely transactional coordination, meant that his qualifications to face a major crisis stacked up rather poorly compared to the other two men. Still, the choice of Hines evidently took into account both his scientific and political credentials, a perfect combination that was quite rare indeed. Seated in the very last row of the hall, Keiko Yamasuke, the world authority in neuroscience, gazed lovingly down at her husband on the rostrum. The assembly remained silent as all waited for the announcement of the final wall-facer. The first three, Tyler, Ray Diaz, and Hines, represented balance and compromise among the political powers of the United States, Europe, and the Third World, so there was considerable interest in the final selection. As he watched Sei turn back to the paper in the folder, world-famous names flashed through Luoji's mind. The final wall-facer would be one of them. He looked ahead 4 rows and surveyed the backs of the first row occupants. That's where the first 3 wall-facers had been before they ascended the rostrum. But from behind he couldn't make out whether any of the people he had in mind were seated there. Still, the 4th wall-facer would definitely be there. Sei slowly raised her right hand, and he watched as it pointed to a spot not in the first row. She was pointing at him.
The 4th wall-facer. Luoji. "It's my Hubble!"
shouted Albert Ringier, clapping his palms together. The tears brimming in his eyes reflected the distant blazing ball of fire that rumbled for a few seconds before passing on. He and the cheering crowd of astronomers and physics behind him ought to have been watching the launch from a VIP platform closer in, but a damn NASA official said they lacked proper qualifications for access because the object being sent heavenward did not belong to them. Then the official had turned his back to the group of uniformed ramrod-straight generals and, groveling like a dog, had led them past the sentry post to the viewing platform. Ringier and his colleagues were forced to remain at this far-off spot, where, in the previous century, a countdown clock had been built across a lake from the launch site. It was open to the public, but on this late night, there were no other observers apart from scientists. Viewed from this distance, the blast-off looked like a sped-up sunrise. The floodlights did not follow the rocket as it lifted off, leaving its massive body indistinct except for the spurting flames. From its hiding place in the dark of night, the world burst forth into a magnificent light show, and golden waves whipped up on the inky black surface of the lake as if the flames had ignited the water itself. They watched the rocket ascend. When it passed through the clouds, it turned half the sky the kind of red only found in dreams before it disappeared into the Florida sky, the brief dawn once again swallowed up by the night. The Hubble 2 space telescope was a second-generation model, its diameter enlarged to 21 meters from its predecessor's 4.27 meters, which enhanced its observational capability by a factor of 50. It used a compound lens technology consisting of lens components manufactured on the ground and assembled in orbit. To put the whole lens into space required 11 launches, and this was the final one. The assembly of Hubble 2 in the vicinity of the International Space Station was nearing completion. In 2 months, it would be able to turn its gaze to the depths of the universe.
"You pack of thieves! You've stolen another thing of beauty!"
Ringier said to the tall man beside him, the only one in the group unaffected by the sight before them. George Fitzroy had seen too many of the launches, and spent the entire process leaning against the countdown clock smoking a cigarette. He had become the military's representative after Hubble 2's requisition, but since he wore civilian clothes most of the time, Ringier didn't know his rank and never called him sir. Calling a thief by his name worked just fine.
"Doctor, in wartime the military has the right to requisition all civilian equipment. Besides, your people didn't grind a single lens component or design a single screw of the Hubble 2. You're just there to enjoy its success, so it's not your place to complain."
Fitzroy yawned, as if it was tiring work dealing with this pack of nerds.
"But without us, it wouldn't have any reason to exist. Civilian equipment, it can see the edge of the universe, but you short-sighted types only want to use it to look at the nearest star."
Like I've said before, this is wartime. A war to defend all humanity. Even if you've forgotten you're an American, you at least remember you're human, right?
Ringier groaned and nodded, then shook his head with a sigh.
But what do you want Hubble 2 to see? You've got to be aware that it won't be able to see the Trisolaran planet.
Fitzroy said with a sigh.
It's worse than that. The public thinks that it will be able to see the Trisolaran fleet.
Great,
Ringier said. Though his face was indistinct in the darkness, Fitzroy could sense the schadenfreude in Ringier's expression, which made Fitzroy as uncomfortable as the acrid odor that now wafted over from the launch platform and filled the air.
Doctor, you ought to know the consequences.
If the public has placed its hope in Hubble 2, then they probably won't believe the enemy really exists until they have seen the Trisolaran fleet with their own eyes.
And you find this acceptable?
You've explained it to the public, right?
Of course we've explained it. We've held 4 press conferences, and I've repeatedly explained that although Hubble 2 is orders of magnitude more powerful than the largest telescopes currently available, there's no way it can detect the Trisolaran fleet. It's too small. Detecting a planet in another star system from our solar system is like detecting a mosquito on a lamp on the east coast from the west coast. But the Trisolaran fleet is only as big as the bacteria on one of that mosquito's legs. How much clearer can I be?
That's pretty clear.
But what else can we do? The public will believe whatever it wants. I've been in this job for a while now, and I haven't seen any major space project that they haven't misinterpreted.
I said long ago that the military has lost all credibility as far as space projects are concerned.
But they're willing to believe you. Don't they call you a second Carl Sagan? You've made a mint off those popular cosmology books of yours. Give us a hand. That's what the military wants, and now I'm formally passing on their request.
Is this a private negotiation of terms?
There aren't any terms. It's your duty as an American, as a citizen of Earth.
Assign me a bit more observational time. I don't need much. Bump me up to 20%, okay?
You're doing quite well at 12.5% right now, and no one can say if those allotments can be guaranteed in the future.
Fitzroy waved a hand in the direction of the launch pad, where the dissipating smoke left by the rocket smeared a dirty patch across the night sky. Illuminated by the launch pad lights, it looked like a milk stain on a pair of jeans. The odor had grown more unpleasant. The rocket's first stage was fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, and shouldn't have had that odor, so something nearby had probably been burnt by the stream of flames diverted by the launch pad. Fitzroy said,
I'm telling you, all of this is definitely going to get worse.
Luoji felt the weight of the slanted cliff face pressing down on him, and for a moment he was paralyzed. The hall was totally silent, until a voice behind him said softly,
Dr. Luo, if you please.
He stood up stiffly and walked with mechanical steps to the rostrum. On the short journey, it was like he had returned to a child's sense of helplessness and wanted someone to hold his hand and guide him forward. But no one extended a hand. He ascended the platform and stood next to Hines, then turned to face the assembly, and the hundreds of pairs of eyes focused on him. Eyes that represented 6 billion people from more than 200 countries on Earth. As for what went on during the rest of the session, Luoji had absolutely no idea. All he knew was that after standing there for a while, he was led off to a seat in the middle of the first row, alongside the other 3 wall-facers. In a haze, he had missed the historic moment of the announcement of the launch of the wall-facer project. Some time later, when the session seemed to have ended,
and people, including the three wall-facers sitting to Luoji's left, had begun to disperse. A man, perhaps Kent, whispered something into his ear before leaving. Then the hall was empty, except for the Secretary General, still standing on the rostrum, her petite figure in far-off opposition to his against the sloping cliff.
Dr. Luo, I imagine you have some questions.
Say's gentle feminine voice echoed in the empty hall, like a spirit descending from the heavens.
Has there been some mistake?
Luoji said. His voice, sounding similarly ethereal, didn't feel like his own. From the rostrum, Say gave a laugh that clearly meant, "Do you really think that's possible?"
Why me?
He asked.
You need to find your own answer to that, she said.
I'm just an ordinary man.
In the face of this crisis, we are all ordinary people, but we all have our own responsibilities.
No one solicited my opinion in advance. I was totally in the dark about this.
Say laughed again.
Doesn't your name mean logic in Chinese?
That's right.
Then you should be able to work out that it would have been impossible to solicit the opinions of the people undertaking this mission before it was handed to them.
I refuse, he said firmly, without even thinking over what Say had just said.
You may.
The swiftness of this reply, right on the heels of his refusal, left him at a loss for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I reject the position of wall-facer. I reject all the powers granted it, and I will not undertake any responsibility you force upon me.
You may.
The simple, immediate reply to his statement, light as a dragonfly touching on the water, shut down his brain's ability to think and made his mind a total blank. So, am I free to leave? Was all he could ask.
You may, Dr. Luo. You are free to do anything.
Luoji turned and walked out past the rows of empty seats. The ease with which he was able to discard the wall-facer identity and its responsibilities did not give him the slightest shred of comfort or release. Filling his mind now was an absurd sense of unreality, as if all of this was part of some postmodern play devoid of all logic. He looked back at the exit and saw Say watching him from the rostrum. She seemed small and helpless against the cliff, but when she saw him looking back, she nodded and smiled at him. He continued onward, past the Foucault pendulum at the entrance that showed the rotation of the earth, and ran into Shi Qiang, Kent, and a group of black-suited security personnel who looked inquiringly at him. In their eyes, he saw a new respect and awe. Even Shi Qiang and Kent, who had always behaved naturally toward him, made no attempt to mask their expressions. Luoji passed through their midst, saying nothing. He walked through the bare lobby, occupied as on his arrival only by black-clothed guards. As before, whenever he passed one, they spoke softly into a radio. When he came to the exit, Shi Qiang and Kent stopped him. It may be dangerous outside. Do you need security? Shi Qiang asked. No, I don't. Get out of my way, Luoji said, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Very well. We can only do as you tell us, Shi Qiang said as he moved aside. Kent did the same. Luoji went out the door. The cool air hit him in the face. It was still nighttime, but the outside was clearly lit by the bright lamps. The delegates to the special session had driven off, and the few people left in the plaza were tourists or locals. The historic meeting had not yet made the news, so no one recognized him, and his presence did not attract any attention. And so Luoji the wall-facer walked as if sleepwalking through absurd, fantastic reality. In his trance, He had lost the capacity for rational thought and was unaware of where he came from, much less where he was going. Unwittingly, he walked onto the lawn and came to a statue. When his gaze passed over it, he noticed that it was of a man hammering a sword. Let us beat swords into plowshares. It had been a gift to the UN from the former Soviet Union, but to his mind, the powerful composition formed by the hammer, the bulky man, and the sword being bent beneath him, imbued the work with hints of violence. And then the man with the hammer was smacking Luoji savagely in the chest with a fierce blow that sent him tumbling to the ground and knocked him out before he even hit the grass. But the shock passed quickly, and soon partial consciousness returned, amid pain and dizziness. He had to shut his eyes against the blinding flashlights that were all around him. Then the rings of light receded, and he could make out a circle of faces over him. In the black cloud of haze and agony, he recognized Shi Qiang the moment he heard his voice.
"Do you need security protection? We can only do as you tell us."
Luoji nodded weakly. Then everything happened in a flash. He felt himself lifted onto what seemed like a stretcher, and then the stretcher was hoisted up. He was surrounded by a tight clutch of people, as if he was in a narrow pit with walls formed by human bodies. The only thing visible out of the mouth of the pit was the black night sky, and it was only from the motion of the legs of the people surrounding him that he could tell he was being carried. Soon the pit vanished, as did the sky above him, replaced by the lit ceiling panels of an ambulance. He tasted blood in his mouth, and then emptied his stomach in a bout of nausea. Someone beside him caught his vomit, blood and what he had eaten on the plane, in a plastic bag with a practiced hand. After he vomited, someone strapped an oxygen mask to his face. When he could breathe easier, he felt a little better, although his chest still hurt. He felt his clothes getting cut off at the chest, and imagined in a panic that fresh blood was spurting from a wound. But that didn't seem to be right, since no bandaging seemed to be taking place. He was covered in a blanket. Not long after that, the vehicle stopped. He was carried out, and the night sky and the lit ceilings of hospital corridors passed over him, then the ceiling of an emergency room, and then, moving slowly overhead, the glowing red slit of the CT scanner. Faces of doctors and nurses occasionally popped into view and caused him pain with their inspections and manipulation of his chest. Finally, when he could see the ceiling of the ward overhead, everything settled down.
"1 broken rib and minor internal bleeding. It's not serious. You're not badly injured, but you need rest due to the bleeding," the bespectacled doctor looking down at him said.
This time, Luoji didn't refuse sleeping pills, but took them with a nurse's help and quickly fell asleep. Two scenes alternated in his dreams: the rostrum of the UN Assembly Hall looming above him, and the man from Let Us Beat Swords into Plowshares swinging a hammer into him over and over. Later, he came to the quiet patch of snow deep in his heart and entered the simple, exquisite cabin. The Eve of his own creation stood up from the fireplace, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Then he woke up and felt tears in his own eyes and a spot of wetness on the pillow. They had dimmed the lights for him, and since she didn't appear while he was awake, he fell back to sleep in the hope of returning to the cabin. But this time, he slept without dreaming. When he woke next, he knew that he had been asleep for a long time. He felt refreshed, and although there was still intermittent pain in his chest, he could believe now that his injuries weren't serious. When he tried to sit up, the blonde nurse didn't stop him, but simply adjusted his pillow for him to lean on. After a while, Shi Qiang came in and sat down by his bed.
"How are you feeling?" "I've been shot 3 times while wearing a bulletproof vest. This shouldn't be anything serious," he said.
Da Shi, you saved my life, Luoji said weakly.
Shi Qiang waved a hand. This happened because we fell down on the job. We didn't take timely and effective protection measures. We have to do what you say. It's over now, though.
And the other 3?
Shi Qiang knew immediately who he was referring to. They're fine. They weren't as careless as you, walking out alone.
Does the ETO want to kill us?
Probably. The assailant has been detained. It's a good thing we set up a snake eye behind you.
A what?
A precise radar system that can quickly determine the shooter's position from the path of the bullet. The assailant's identity has been confirmed. He's a professional guerrilla in the ETO militia. We never imagined he would dare to attack in a downtown area like this. His actions were practically suicidal.
I'd like to see him.
Who? The assailant? Luoji nodded. Sure, but that's not within the scope of my authority. I'm only in charge of security protection. I'll put in a request.
Having said this, Shi Qiang turned and left. He seemed more careful and cautious now, different from the lackadaisical image he used to project. Ji wasn't used to it.
Shi Qiang quickly returned and said, You may, either here or somewhere else. The doctor says walking isn't an issue.
Luoji wanted to tell him that he'd like to change venues. He even started to get up, but then the thought struck him that a sickly appearance better suited his purpose, so he lay back down again.
I'll see him here. They're on their way over, so you'll have to wait for a while. Why don't you have something to eat? It's been a day since you ate on the plane. I'll set it up.
Then he went out again. The assailant was brought in right after Luoji had finished eating. He had a handsome European face, but his most prominent feature was his slight smile, a smile that seemed so plastered on, it never went away. He was not in cuffs, but when he entered, 2 people who looked like professional escorts sat down on chairs, and 2 others stood at the doorway. They were wearing badges that identified them as PDC officers. He tried to look as close to death's door as possible, but the assailant saw through him.
Doctor, surely it's not as serious as all that.
He smiled as he said this, a different smile appearing over his permanent one, like an ephemeral oil slick floating on water.
I'm very sorry.
You're sorry for trying to kill me? Luoji raised his head off the pillow to look at his attacker.
Sorry, I didn't kill you, sir. I thought you wouldn't be wearing a vest to a meeting like this. Never imagined you would be so scrupulous with protecting your life. Otherwise, I'd have used armor-piercing bullets, or simply aimed for your head. Then I would have completed my mission, and you would be freed from yours. This unnatural mission, no normal person can shoulder.
I'm already free of it. I submitted my refusal to the Secretary General, rejecting the wall-facer position and all of its rights and responsibilities, and she agreed on behalf of the UN. Of course, you didn't know this when you were trying to kill me. The ETO wasted an assassin. The smile on the assailant's face grew brighter, like a monitor whose brightness had been turned up.
You're a funny man.
What do you mean? I'm telling you the honest truth. If you don't believe me...
I believe you, but you're still a funny man,
the assailant said, the bright smile still on his face. It was a smile that Luoji noted in passing, but which would soon be imprinted on his consciousness as if by liquid metal, marking him for life. He shook his head and, with a sigh, lay back down on the bed. He did not speak. The assailant said,
Doctor, I don't think we have much time. I presume you did not call me here purely to tell this infantile joke.
I still don't understand what you mean.
If that's the case, then your intelligence does not qualify you to be a wall-facer, Dr. Luoji. You're not as logical as your name suggests. My life really has been wasted, it appears.
The assailant looked at the two people standing on alert behind him and said,
"Gentlemen, I think we can leave."
The two cast an inquiring glance at Luoji, who waved a hand at them, and then the assailant was led out. Luoji sat up in bed and thought over the assailant's words. He had the odd feeling that something wasn't right, but he didn't know what it was. He got out of bed and took a couple of steps. No impediments apart from the dull pain in his chest. When he went to the door and looked out, the guards armed with rifles sitting beside it stood up immediately, and one of them spoke into the radio on his shoulder. Luoji saw a bright and clean hallway that was completely empty except for two more armed guards at the very end. He shut the door, went over to the window, and drew back the curtain. Looking down from this height, he saw that guards armed to the teeth were posted all over the hospital entrance, and two green military vehicles were parked out front. Apart from the occasional white-clothed hospital staffer hurrying in or out, he saw no one else. Looking more carefully, he noticed that on the roof of the building opposite were two people surveying the surroundings through binoculars next to a sniper rifle, and he was instinctively certain that similar snipers were on the roof of his own building. The guards weren't police. They looked like military. He called for Shi Qiang. "The hospital is still under heavy security, correct?" he asked. "Yes." "And if I asked you to dismiss all of the security, what would happen?" "We would do as you asked, but I advise you not to do so. It's dangerous at the moment." "What department are you with? What are you in charge of?" "I belong to the Planetary Defense Security Department, and I'm in charge of your safety." "But I'm no longer a wall-facer. I'm just an ordinary citizen, so even if my life is in danger, the duty ought to fall to the ordinary police. Why should I still enjoy this degree of protection from Planetary Defense Security, and to have them dismissed or recalled if I so desire? Who gave me that power?" Shi Qiang's face remained expressionless, like a rubber mask. "These are the orders we were given." "Then, where's Kent?" "Outside. Call him in." Kent came in shortly after Shi Qiang left. His manner had returned to the gracious demeanor of a UN official. "Dr. Luo, I wanted to wait to see you until you had recovered." "What are you doing now?" "I'm your day-to-day liaison with the Planetary Defense Council." "But I'm not a wall-facer anymore!" Luoji shouted. Then he asked, "Has the media announced the wall-facer project?" "To the entire world." "And my refusing to be a wall-facer?" "It's in there too, of course." "What did it say?" "It was quite simple. After the conclusion of the UN special session, Luoji declared his refusal of the wall-facer position and mission." "Then what are you still doing here?" "I'm in charge of your day-to-day liaisons." Luoji looked at him blankly. Kent seemed to be wearing the same rubber mask as Shi. He was unreadable. "If there's nothing else, then I'll be going. Rest well. Call for me at any time," Kent said, and then started to leave. Just as he stepped through the door, Luoji called for him to stop. "I want to see the Secretary General." The Planetary Defense Council is the specific agency in charge of the direction and execution of the Wallfacer project. The Supreme Leader is the PDC's rotating chair. The UN Secretary General exercises no direct leadership over the PDC. Luoji thought this over. "I'd still like to see the Secretary General. I ought to have that power." "Very well. Wait one moment." Kent left the room, but soon returned and said, "The Secretary General is waiting for you in her office. Shall we be off then?" All along the way to the Secretary General's office on the 34th floor of the Secretariat building, Luoji remained under security so tight he was practically shut up in a movable safe. The office was smaller than he had imagined, and simply furnished, with a fair bit of space taken up by a UN flag standing behind the desk. Sei came around the desk to welcome him.
Dr. Luo, I wanted to visit you in the hospital yesterday, but you see.
She gestured to the pile of papers on the desk, whose only personal touch was a finely crafted bamboo pencil holder. Ms. Sei, I have come to reiterate the statement I made to you at the close of the meeting, he said. Sei nodded, but said nothing. I want to go home. If I am in danger, please notify the New York Police Department and have them be responsible for my safety. I am just an ordinary citizen. I don't need PDC protection. Sei nodded again.
That certainly can be done, but I advise you to accept your current protection, because it is more specialized and reliable than the NYPD.
Please answer me honestly. Am I still a wall facer? Sei returned to her desk. Standing beside the UN flag, she smiled slightly at Luoji.
What do you think?
Then she motioned for him to take a seat on the sofa. The slight smile on Sei's face was familiar. He had seen the same smile on the face of the young assailant, and in the future he would see it in the eyes and on the face of everyone he met. The smile would come to be called the wall facer smile, and it would be as famous as the smile of the Mona Lisa or the grin of the Cheshire Cat. Sei's smile calmed him down at last, the first time he had been truly calm since before she had stood on the rostrum and announced to the world that he was a wall facer. He sat slowly down on the sofa, and by the time he got situated, he understood everything. My God. It took just an instant for Luoji to comprehend the true nature of his status as wall facer. Like Sei had said, before the mission was handed down, the ones who would undertake it could not have been consulted. And once the wall facer mission and identity were granted, they could not be refused or abandoned. This impossibility was not due to any individual's coercion, but because cold logic, as determined by the project's very nature, meant that once someone became a wall facer, an invisible and impenetrable screen was immediately thrown up between them and ordinary people that made their every action significant. And that was what the smiles directed at wall facers meant. How are we supposed to know whether or not you have already started work? He now understood that the wall facers had a mission far weirder than any in history. Its logic cold and twisted, yet unyielding as the chains that bound Prometheus. It was an unliftable curse, impossible for the wall facers to break under their own strength. No matter how he struggled, the totality of everything would be greeted with the wall facer smile and imbued with the significance of the wall facer project. How are we supposed to know whether or not you are working? His heart surged with a towering fury, such as he had never before experienced. He wanted to shout hysterically, to inquire after Sei's mother and the UN's mother, to inquire after the mothers of all the delegates at the special session and on the PDC, to inquire after the mothers of the entire human race, and finally, to inquire after the non-existent mothers of the Trisolarans. He wanted to jump up and down and smash things, to sweep aside the documents, globe, and bamboo pencil holder on Sei's desk, and then tear the blue flag to shreds. But in the end, he understood where he was and who he was facing, controlled himself, and stood up, only to fall heavily back upon the sofa again. Why was I chosen? Luoji began. hands covering his face. "Next to the three of them, I have no qualifications. I have no talent and no experience. I've never seen war, much less led a country. I'm not a successful scientist. I'm just a university professor who muddles through by throwing together crappy papers. I'm someone who lives for today. I don't want kids of my own, and I could care less about the continuation of human civilization. Why was I picked?" By the end of this speech, he had jumped up from the sofa. Say's smile vanished.
"To tell you the truth, Dr. Luo, we're baffled by this too. And that's the reason you have access to the fewest resources out of all the wall-facers. Choosing you is the greatest gamble in history."
"But there's got to be a reason why I was chosen."
"Yes, but only indirectly. No one knows the real reason. Like I said, you have to find your own answer."
"Then what about the indirect reason?"
"I'm sorry. I'm not authorized to tell you. But I do believe that you'll know when the time is right."
Luoji sensed that they had reached the end of their conversation, so he turned to leave, only realizing when he reached the door that he hadn't said goodbye. He turned around. Like in the assembly hall, Say nodded at him with a smile. Only this time, he knew the meaning behind that smile. She said,
"It's a pleasure to meet you again. But in the future, your work will be conducted within the framework of the PDC, so you will report directly to the PDC rotating chair."
"You don't have any confidence in me, do you?" Luoji asked.
"I said that choosing you was a huge gamble."
"Then you're right."
"Right to have gambled?"
"No. Right to have no confidence in me." Again, with no goodbye, he walked straight out of the office. Relapsing to the state he had been in just after being declared a wall-facer, he walked aimlessly. At the end of the hallway, he entered an elevator and rode it down to the hall on the ground floor, then exited the Secretariat building and came once more to the United Nations Plaza. He was surrounded by security guards the entire way, and though he pushed them impatiently a few times, they stuck to him like magnets and followed him wherever he went. It was daytime now, and Shi Qiang and Kent walked up to him in the sunny square and asked him to either go back inside or enter a vehicle as quickly as possible. "I'm never going to see the sun again my entire life, am I?" he asked Shi Qiang. "It's not that. They've cleared the vicinity, so it's relatively safe here. But there are lots of visitors who all recognize you. Crowds are hard to handle, and you probably don't want that either." Luoji looked around him. At least for now, no one paid any attention to their small group. He headed toward the General Assembly building and entered quickly for a second time. His goal was clear, and he knew where he had to go. Past the empty balcony, he saw the colorful stained glass panel. Turning right, he entered the meditation room, closing the door to keep Shi Qiang, Kent, and the guards outside. When he saw the oblong slab of iron ore for a second time, his first instinct was to dash himself into it head first and put an end to everything. Instead, he lay down on the stone's smooth surface, whose coolness drained off some of the irritation from his mind. With his body, he felt the hardness of the ore and, weirdly, thought of a problem put forth by his high school physics teacher. How can you make a marble bed as soft as a Simmons mattress? The answer: dig out a depression in the marble the exact size and shape of a human body. Then, when you lie in that depression, the pressure will be evenly distributed, and it would feel incredibly soft. He closed his eyes and imagined that the warmth of his body was melting the iron ore beneath him and forming that kind of depression. Gradually, this calmed him. After a time, he opened his eyes and looked up at the bare ceiling. The meditation room had been designed by Dag Hammarskjöld, second Secretary General of the UN, who believed that the UN ought to have a place for meditation removed from the history-making decisions of the General Assembly Hall. Luoji didn't know whether any head of state or ambassador to the UN had actually meditated here, but surely when Hammarskjöld died in 1961, he never imagined that a wall-facer like himself would be daydreaming here. Luoji felt himself getting snared once again in a logical trap, and once again was convinced that he could not extricate himself. So he turned his attention to the power in his hands. The least of all the wall-facers, Say had said, but he would certainly be able to make use of a terrifying amount of resources. Most importantly, he didn't have to justify his use of them to anyone. In fact, an important part of his mandate was to act in such a way as to keep others guessing, and furthermore, to do as much as possible to engender misunderstandings. Never in human history had there been such a thing. Maybe the absolute monarchs of old had been able to do whatever they wished, but even they ultimately had to account for their actions. If all I'm left with is this peculiar power, why not make use of it? Luoji thought to himself, and sat up. After a short time thinking it over, he decided what his next step would be. He got off the hard bed of stone, opened the door, and asked to see the chair of the PDC. The incumbent chair, a Russian named Garanin, was a burly, white-bearded old man. The chair's office was one floor below the Secretary General's. He was sending off a few visitors, half of them in uniform, when Luoji entered.
"Oh, Dr. Luo, I heard you had some minor problems, so I wasn't in a hurry to get in touch with you."
"What are the other three wall-facers doing?"
"They're busy setting up general staff departments, a task I'd advise you to get on with immediately. I'll send some advisors to assist you in the initial stages."
"I don't need a general staff department."
"Oh? If you think it would be better that way. If you do have the need, one can be set up at any time."
"May I have a pen and paper?"
"Of course."
Looking at the paper, Luoji asked, "Mr. Chair, have you ever had a dream?"
"What sort?"
"For instance, have you ever dreamt of living in some perfect place?"
Garanin shook his head with a wry smile. "I just flew in from London yesterday. I've worked the entire trip, and when I arrived, I slept less than 2 hours before I had to rush to work. When today's regular PDC meeting finishes, I'll have to fly overnight to Tokyo. My whole life is rushing around, and I'm at home no more than 3 months out of the year. What's the point of that kind of dream for me?"
"In my dreams, I've got lots of those places. I've chosen the most beautiful." Luoji picked up the pencil and began sketching on the paper. "This isn't colored, so you've got to imagine it. See these snow-capped mountains here? They're steep, like the swords of the gods or the tusks of the earth, and they shine a satiny silver against the blue sky. Utterly dazzling."
"Ah,"
Garanin said, watching with careful attention.
"That's a very cold place."
"Wrong. The land beneath the snowcaps must not be cold. It's a subtropical climate. This is important. In front of the mountains there's a broad lake, and the water is even bluer than the sky. As blue as your wife's eyes."
"My wife's eyes are black."
"Well, the lake water is a blue so deep it looks black. That's even better. Surrounding the lake are swaths of forest and grasslands, but remember that there have to be both, not just one of the two. This is the place. Snow peaks, a lake, forests, and grasslands. And everything is in its untouched, primeval state. When you see the place, you would imagine that man had never set foot on the earth. Here, on the grass beside the lake, build a house. It doesn't need to be large, but it should be fully equipped for modern living. The style can be either classical or modern, but it should complement its natural surroundings. And the necessary facilities, fountains, a swimming pool, should be provided so that its master can live the comfortable life of the aristocracy. And who will its master be? Myself. What are you going to do there? Live out my days in peace. Luoji waited for Garanin to say something rude, but the chair simply nodded gravely and said, "After an audit by the commission, we will carry this out at once." You and your commission won't raise any questions about my motivation? Garanin shrugged. The commission can question the wall-facers in two areas: use of resources exceeding the set scope, and harm caused to human lives. Apart from these, all questions are in violation of the spirit of the Wall-Facer project. And truth be told, Tyler, Ray Diaz, and Hines have left me disappointed. Looking at their strategizing over the past 2 days, you can tell immediately what they are up to with their grand strategic plans. You're different from them. Your behavior is baffling. That's what a Wall-Facer should be like. Do you really believe the place I described exists? Garanin smiled, winked, and made an OK sign. The world is big enough to have a place like that. Besides, to tell you the truth, I've seen it before. That's wonderful, truly. And make sure that I can live a comfortable aristocrat's life. This is part of the Wall-Facer project. Garanin nodded gravely. Oh, and one other thing. When you find a suitable place, never tell me where it is. No, you can't say where it is. Once I know where I am, then the world becomes as narrow as a map. When I don't know, the world feels unlimited. Garanin nodded again, seemingly pleased this time. Dr. Luo, you've got another trait that satisfies my notion of being a wall-facer. Your project requires the smallest investment of the four, at least for the time being. If that's the case, then mine will never have the largest investment. Then you'll be a blessing to all my successors. Money is a real headache. The specific departments in charge of executing this may consult with you on some details. The house in particular, I think. Oh, the house, Luoji said. I forgot one very important detail. Go on. Luoji imitated Garanin's wink and smile. It needs a fireplace. After his father's funeral, Zhang Beihai went with Wu Yue one more time to the carrier dry dock, where construction on Tong had been suspended entirely. The welding sparks had vanished from the hull, and there were no signs of life anywhere on the giant ship lying in the noonday sun. The overarching impression it gave was one of the passage of time. It's dead, Zhang Beihai said. Your father was one of the wisest generals among the Navy's top brass. If he were still with us, I might not have gotten so thoroughly stuck, Wu Yue said. Zhang Beihai said, Your defeatism is built on a rational basis, or at least it's your own reasoning, so I don't believe there's anyone who can truly cheer you up. I'm not here to apologize, Wu Yue. I know you don't hate me over this. I'd like to thank you, Beihai. You got me out. You can return to the Navy. Working there should suit you quite well. Wu Yue shook his head slowly. I've submitted my discharge application. What would I do if I went back? Construction on new destroyers and frigates has stopped, and I no longer have any place in the fleet. Sit in an office in Fleet Command? Forget it. Besides, I'm not a good soldier at all. A soldier who's only willing to engage in a winnable war is unqualified to be one. Victory or defeat is not for us to see. But you have faith in victory, Beihai. I envy you, really, to the point of jealousy. Faith like yours is the height of happiness for a military man these days. You truly are your father's son. So do you have any plans? No. I feel like my life is over. Wu Yue pointed at Tong in the distance. Just like that. Over before it even launched. A low rumble came from the direction of the shipyard, and Tong slowly started to move. To vacate the dock, it had to take to the water ahead of schedule and be towed to another dock for demolition. When Tong's sharp prow split the seawater, Zhang Beihai and Wu Yue sensed a trace of anger in the massive hull. Quickly, it entered the sea, tossing up huge waves that caused the other boats in the port to rock, as if paying tribute. Tong crept slowly forward in the water, quietly enjoying the sea's embrace. In its brief and aborted career, this giant ship had at least met the ocean once. In the virtual 3-body world, it was the dead of night. Apart from scraps of starlight, all was immersed in an inky blackness, so that even the horizon was invisible, and the empty land and sky blended together in the dark.
Administrator! Start up a stable era! Can't you see we're holding a meeting? Shouted a voice.
The administrator's voice seemed to come from the sky itself. I can't do that. The era is run randomly along the core model and can't be set externally. Another voice in the darkness said,
Then increase the speed and find some daylight. It won't take too long.
The world flashed. Suns flew across the sky, and soon time returned to normal. One stable sun illuminated the world. Okay, I don't know how long this will last, the administrator said. The sun shone in the wilderness on a group of people, some familiar faces among them. King Wen of Zhou, Newton, von Neumann, Aristotle, Mozart, Confucius, and Einstein. Sparsely distributed, they faced Qin Shi Huang, who stood on a rock with a sword across his shoulders.
I am not alone, he said. This is the core leadership of 7 speaking.
You shouldn't be talking about the new leadership before it's been finalized, someone said, and a clamor rose among the rest.
Enough,
Qin Shi Huang said, struggling to raise the sword.
Setting aside the leadership controversy for the moment, we shall turn to more pressing matters. We all know of the launch of the Wall-Facer project, humanity's attempt to use closed-off, private strategic thinking to resist Sophon surveillance. Since the Lord's transparent mind cannot possibly thread that labyrinth, humanity has regained its edge through this plan, and the 4 Wall-Facers pose a threat to the Lord. In accordance with the resolution of the previous offline meeting, we must launch the Wall Breaker project immediately.
At those last words, silence reigned, and no one voiced any objections. Then Qin Shi Huang said,
We will appoint a Wall Breaker for each Wall Facer. Like the Wall Facers, the Wall Breakers will be authorized to tap all of the organization's resources, but their greatest resource will be the Sophons, which will render the Wall Facers' every action utterly exposed. The only secret will be their thoughts. The Wall Breakers' mission, then, is to analyze the Wall Facers' open and clandestine actions, with the help of the Sophons, and decipher the true nature of their strategic aims as early as possible. The leadership will now appoint the Wall Breakers.
Qin Shi Huang extended the sword, and, as if conferring knighthood, touched it to von Neumann's shoulder.
You are the first Wall Breaker, he said. You are Frederick Tyler's Wall Breaker.
Von Neumann knelt down and placed his left hand to his right shoulder in a salute.
I accept the mission.
Qin Shi Huang touched the sword to Mo Zi's shoulder.
You are the second Wall Breaker. You are Manuel Rey Diaz's Wall Breaker.
Mo Zi did not kneel, but stood straight and nodded haughtily.
I will be the first to break a wall.
The sword touched Aristotle's shoulder.
You are the third Wall Breaker. You are Bill Heinz's Wall Breaker.
Aristotle did not kneel either, but shook his robe and said thoughtfully,
Yes, I'm the only one who can break his wall.
Qin Shi Huang returned the sword to his own shoulder and swept his gaze across the crowd.
Good. We now have Wall Breakers. You, like the Wall Facers, are the elite of the elite. The Lord be with you. Assisted by hibernation, you will start the long journey to the end of days, together with the Wall Facers. I don't think hibernation is necessary, Aristotle said. I can complete the Wall Breaker mission before we finish our normal lifespan.
Mo Zi nodded in agreement.
When I break the wall, I will face my Wall Facer in person, and I will savor how his spirit collapses in anguish and despair. Devoting the rest of my life to this is well worth it.
The final Wall Breaker likewise stated his intent to break their Wall Facers in person. Von Neumann said,
We will unmask the last traces of every secret that humanity harbors from the Sophons. This is the final thing we can do for the Lord, for afterward, there will be no reason for us to exist. What about Luoji's Wall Breaker?
Someone asked. The question seemed to touch something in Qin Shi Huang's mind. He planted the sword into the ground and fell deep in thought. The sun suddenly sped up its descent to the earth, lengthening the shadows until they extended to the horizon. When it had set halfway, it abruptly changed direction and rose and fell a few times along the horizon, like the gleaming back of a whale cresting out of the black ocean, pulling the vast wilderness and the small group of people that made up this stark world back and forth between light and darkness. Luoji is his own Wall Breaker. He needs to find out what threat he poses to the Lord, Qin Shi Huang said. Do we know whether or not he is a threat? Someone asked. I don't know, but the Lord knows, and Evans knew. Evans taught the Lord how to keep this secret, and he's dead. We can't know. So, of all the Wall Facers, is Luoji the greatest threat? Someone hesitantly asked. We don't know that either. Only one thing is clear, Qin Shi Huang said, looking up at the canopy of the sky as it changed from blue to black. Out of the 4 Wall Facers, he is the only one in direct contest with the Lord.